Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the joint Select Board and Planning Board meeting for the Wednesday, June 21st, 2023. This meeting is being live streamed on WACA-TV in accordance with the Governor's order suspending certain provisions of the open meeting law. This public meeting is available in a hybrid form. Please be advised this meeting is being recorded and broadcast. As I said, this is a joint meeting with the Select Board and the Planning Board. And we do have two of our members virtual, Yolanda Greaves and Anna Tesmaninsky, I believe. Is there anyone else here virtually? And I think we do have a quorum of the Select Board, so I'm going to call this meeting to order on behalf of the Ashland Select Board. And before I turn it over to the Planning Board Chair, I do want to just a brief update that Tricia and I met briefly the other day and talked about a potential joint meetings to discuss the recent events regarding the moratorium in the MBTA Communities Act. So I just wanted to give people a heads up on that. And so I'll turn it over to Tricia to open the meeting. If you have anything to add, go ahead.
I don't think I have anything to add, but I will call the Planning Board meeting to order at 6:04. We have a quorum.
Great, thank you. So just a quick review of what we're doing tonight. From 6 o'clock to about 8 o'clock, we'll have a joint meeting with the Select Board and the Planning Board to interview consultants for Ashland's comprehensive plan, and the first group is here today. At this moment, around 8 o'clock, we will adjourn this meeting, and the Select Board will have our regular scheduled meeting at 8 o'clock. And at the end of that meeting, we will go into executive session, probably not to return. So that's our general schedule tonight. And I'll now turn it over to Brandy Kinsman, who is going to be coordinating the interview portion of this meeting. So, okay. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Rob. So on our agenda this evening for interviews for the comprehensive plan consultants, the first firm to interview is J.M. Goldson. Just before we begin, I just want to introduce the folks that are part of this group here that are also part of the comprehensive plan process. Our town manager, Michael Herbert, myself, Yolanda Greaves, who's on Zoom, Anna Tesmaninsky from the Planning Board, who is on Zoom, and Kate Jurczyk from the Planning Board as well. And Peter Matchuk, our town planner. I'm sorry. My apologies. My apologies. So what we had allotted for tonight was for you guys to introduce yourselves, give a 15-minute presentation, and then the group had agreed upon questions that we wanted to ask both consultants. And so we'll be doing that and then opening it up for additional board members to ask any additional questions within that additional half an hour allotted. So with that, if you guys want to go ahead and introduce yourselves, come on up to the podium, and I'll turn it over to you guys.
Great. Well, I'm so happy to be here. I'm Jen Goldson, and it's nice to see you all in person. And first, I just want to say thank you for your patience. I know you wanted this meeting to happen about a month ago, and we were a little tricky to schedule with. I want you to know if you were a client, that would not have happened. But in any event, I'm really glad that you were able to make this night work. So we are going to introduce our team, and I hope, is this... do you want me to make the screen a little bit bigger? I don't know that I have control over that, but if you all are also looking at the PowerPoint, I'm not sure that you can see it very well. There you go. Perfect. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. All right, good. So the members of our team, we are joined here, and you'll hear from each of them in a moment. We're joined here by myself. I'm Jen Goldson. RKG Associates, we have Eric Halverson. Kittleson and Associates, we have Juliet Walker. And then Brian Creamer is from Niche Engineering. And you can see, and I won't go over a lot that was already in our proposal, but you'll see how we broke down the scope between the firms, where J.M. Goldson would be the lead and be your primary contact. And then these are really our specialists to come in on economic development, transportation, municipal facilities and services, and climate change and action. So again, I'm Jen Goldson. We have some members of my team, though, who are critical who are not here tonight. So I just wanted to also introduce them. We are, as you may have learned from our materials, we are a small team of planners. We're 7 planners based out of Roslindale, a neighborhood in Boston. And we're really planners on a mission, which makes us a little different from other firms. And our mission, you might ask, what is your mission? Our mission is to empower communities to create sustainable, equitable, as well as authentic places. And we really believe in that so strongly that we've kind of stacked our team with folks with expertise that really lends itself to provide that kind of result for communities. So 2 of the members I'm going to introduce tonight are Laura Smead. She is the lead of our long-range planning and zoning department. I hesitate to call it department, we're only 7 people, but section of our work. And she, as you can see, has a specialty in health equity, which I know is something that's very important to Ashland. She also has expertise in zoning and land use planning. She's designed a lot of our long-range planning processes that we have found extremely successful in many communities, and I'll talk a little bit about them in a little bit. We also have Elena Zabar, who is she's our community engagement specialist. She's also a community planner. Her first degree was in both planning and sustainability. And then her master's is actually in community engagement, and she's a trained DEI, diversity, equity, inclusion facilitator, and she's also a trained facilitator. So at some point, if you were to select our team, you would be meeting really these 2 in particular, but probably some other members of our team as well. All right. So I just wanted to highlight a few projects from Jan Goldson. Some of these, maybe all of these, we included in our samples. But the real point here is that none of our plans look the same because we really do, believe in very customized work. Our processes are grounded in a similar framework in every community, but the results and the outcomes are very different because we believe our job is to provide you with best practices and information, but also a framework and a structure so that you can actually direct and shape your plan. And by you, I don't mean just the planning board and select board, I mean your whole community. And you can also see from our work samples, I have one in Braintree here, that our results are pretty astounding, I think. There are probably not a lot of long-range planning projects that can say that just after phase 2 of the project, they already engaged over 2,000 members of their community. We're in phase 3 of that project now, and the number keeps growing. So the number is not the only important thing, and we can certainly talk about how we try to reach underheard voices in your community as well. But that's where I'll start off. And then I'd like to introduce Eric Halverson from RKG.
Hi, everyone. Eric Halverson. I'm a principal with RKG Associates. We have been based here in New England for about 40 years. Our office is in Boston. I manage all of our Massachusetts and New England-based projects. RKG was founded in 1981. Really, our kind of bread and butter is around economic development, market analytics, fiscal and economic impact. We work primarily with public sector clients, cities, towns, counties, states, etc. But the thing I love about RKG and always try to talk about too is that we do work with the private sector as well. So when we're working with municipalities, we have the ability to sort of understand the municipal side, but also, what makes someone want to invest in a community and sort of what does it take to invest in a community. So that's sort of the lens that we hope to bring to Ashland, but also to all of our municipal work as we go through. And if we are selected as part of the team, I would be bringing my colleague Chris Herlei. Chris and I have been working on a lot of municipal comp plans and master plans around Massachusetts and New England together. I've been doing a lot of work with Jen over the years too. Thanks. Next slide, please. Oh, it's on here. Thanks. Appreciate it. Anyway, so just as a couple of our highlighted projects, I wanted to say we have a lot of history working in MetroWest. Most recently, we did Framingham's economic development strategy, both phases of that. We were on the Natick Master Plan 2030 team. We've done housing-specific work around workforce housing, specifically in Marlborough. We worked on a big plan for the whole Golden Triangle in Framingham and Natick, sort of re-envisioning what that could look like over time. So we hope to bring sort of not only our understanding of the market, but also specifically of what's happening in MetroWest. Okay, now Juliet.
Good evening. I'm Juliet Walker, and I'm a principal planner with Kittleson Associates in our Boston office. Kittelson's a firm that had nationwide of about 300 employees, so we're fairly small, but we have a pretty strong presence in Boston. We have about 14 staff in our Boston office. We are a firm that operates on a one-firm philosophy, so we regularly engage with staff from other regions, other offices throughout the country, which enables us to bring in expertise for different projects. But at the same time, we also have a very strong local presence, have a number of projects in Massachusetts, in particular, both at the community level as well as at the DOT and federal level. And so my background is actually more in general land use and zoning, but I have a transportation focus. My career includes working for municipality directly as well as consulting. So hopefully that perspective will be a benefit to the comp plan process. Meredith Sanders is the other face of Kittleson that you will likely see, and she brings quite a variety of community level experience as well as DOT experience, both in safety planning as well as in complete streets and multimodal planning. So that multidiscipline approach that we take at Kittleson means that we get to draw from, we focus on transportation, but we draw from people who have backgrounds in planning, urban design, engineering, and it really enables us to bring all those disciplines together to address whatever the project needs are, as well as draw on best practices, as I mentioned, from around the country. I chose to highlight just a few of these examples to show that we do everything from the planning level, network-wide planning, as well as understanding how things get implemented. So we're a partner with Mass DOT to provide technical assistance to communities who were applying for shared streets and spaces grants, which really was about implementation. So it was understanding the project needs and designing that project to get the grant assistance to implement some real projects on the ground. We also do all the way through to engineering. We have a contract with Mass DOT as well to help with complete streets and roundabout designs. So our engineers really understand the nuances of what it means to get a project built, and that informs our planning practice as well. I mentioned Meredith's safety expertise. We are working with a number of communities, both in Massachusetts as well as nationwide, on Safe Streets for All action grants, doing the safety action planning, but then also applying for grants to get the projects implemented. So that's more of the system level that I mentioned, the network plan level. And then we do the traditional sort of network plans and comp plan level details. For example, we have done the Lynn Bicycle and Pedestrian Network Plan. We also did the Pittsfield-wide citywide bicycle plan for Pittsfield, and we do also support communities around the country on area plans and citywide plans. And I will introduce Brian.
Good evening. My name is Brian Creamer. I'm a planner with Niche Engineering. Niche Engineering is a women-led firm based in Boston. We have offices in Worcester and Lawrence as well. I had and work collaboratively with our team in our resilience planning and design group. We're pretty solely focused on planning from an infrastructure and stormwater perspective. Joining me on this project, if we are to be selected, would be my colleague Sydney Picard, a water resources planner with a background in civil engineering. I'll go through a few of our projects that I want to highlight. We were really excited to work with the town of Kingston on their master plan a few years ago and worked collaboratively with the town to understand their limitations and options with their public infrastructure, expansion of the sewer system, And this was kind of in the infancy of green infrastructure and MS4 compliance. So work closely with their public works folks to understand what the maintenance considerations are, how we want to express that in a master plan scale, how we want to get through the nuts and bolts of stormwater management and treatment, and incorporate those recommendations into projects going forward. We also worked on the Portsmouth, New Hampshire master plan a number of years ago, looking how do you incorporate infrastructure improvements within smaller village districts in an urban community, and certainly have learned a lot from my colleagues. I did not work on the Mindess Elementary School, but I know it's going into construction right now. So looking forward to the potential of working with you all again. And then I'll pass it back to Jen.
All right, thank you so much. I hope that was helpful to hear from each firm and hear some of those highlights. So now I just want to give you a little flavor, and I am being mindful of the time, but I just want to give you a little flavor of what it would be like to work with us in terms of a master plan or a comprehensive plan. I apologize. A lot of communities still call it master plan, but I appreciate that you calling it comprehensive plan. So when we look at this kind of long-range plan, we really are looking at, well, what questions are we trying to answer for these folks? And these might not be the right questions for you, but these are some of the ones that we came up with just looking at your requests for proposals that we were hoping might resonate with you. But some of the questions we want to try to answer are, how can your community shape its future to ensure healthy, inclusive and equitable community? How can you respond to housing needs that you know you have, changing demographics, et cetera, preferences as well, and economic opportunities, but also at the same time preserve your assets, protecting natural and historic assets. It's a tricky balance that every community really is looking for, and it's a different balance for every community. How can you build vitality and resilience to create your sustainable future, which I also know is important to you? And then how can you build on your work, not just downtown revitalization? I know you're doing a lot of other work too, but we just chose to say, how can you build on the downtown revitalization to really use that to leverage what's next for your downtown? So, part of this process will be, you already know your assets, most likely, but maybe you don't know the collective idea of what you value. And so that's something that we would be working with you in the first phase, trying to understand existing conditions. To me, that means trying to understand what are their assets, what do we think your assets are, but what do you view your assets are, making sure that we have an understanding of why you value those assets. Sometimes it's not as obvious as one might think. And then we also look at, well, what are your issues? And we try to spin those issues into, well, then what are the opportunities to address those issues? And we just hit some of the highlights. I don't know if these will resonate with you. I know there's a lot of work going on for Pond Street and downtown. I just spoke about downtown, but also around the MBTA station and the Superfund site. And there's a lot of complicated complex issues that you're facing. And so how can you turn those into opportunities? And I'm sure we didn't hit all your opportunities and issues, but I just wanted to highlight a few that we gleaned from our research. And so this is also an opportunity just to learn what's changed in the past few decades. And that's one of the first things we try to understand. And we try to do that in a very clear way so that, this is an example from Methuen. Eric and I are working on a master plan, they're calling it there, in Methuen. And we're seeing a lot of changes. I wouldn't say Methuen's similar to Ashland, but they are also seeing a lot of changes in much more diverse population, for example. And there are, different opportunities and issues surrounding that they're trying to grapple with. We also bring, we really believe strongly in multifaceted engagement. I think you'll probably remember from our proposal that we did veer off what you looked at in your RFP because we felt like we could bring a different framework to you, and maybe that's one of your questions. I won't get into that too much now, but what we really think from all the years that we've been, doing this kind of work is that getting out in the community in lots of different ways is the most important thing. Most people don't come to forums. You might get a great turnout, you might get a couple hundred people, but that's not a lot of your community. So we like to do things like provide you with all the tools and materials you need to go out in the community at events. I saw there was this wine tasting thing. I think that might be private, but I think there's also other events like that happen all the time. just having a presence there could be something really simple. It doesn't even need to be as complicated as this little stick figure we put together with boards and easels, but it can be really custom tailored to how can we get out to these events. And there'll be a period, especially in phase 2, but even in phase 1, you can start doing that, where you're just getting out into the community. And there's quick ways for people to engage. You give them a flyer or a little business card with a QR code even to get more information or take the survey, etc. There's also the meeting in a box, which, have you guys heard of that before? No, okay. So meeting in a box is not something we invented, but it's something we've really run with. It's a way we provide basically a toolkit for you all, community members, anyone really, to hold little meetings all over town. And then the folks who come to their little meeting, you ask them, you give them a meeting in a box, and you say, can you also host a meeting? And if there's a good momentum that's started from doing that, and it kind of starts with the core working group, that can really have an exponential effect on how many people you can engage. You can even target populations that way. If you know there are some hard-to-reach populations, we can also provide, language services. We have Spanish in-house, 2 fluent Spanish speakers in-house, and a couple not as fluent, but pretty good. And then we also work with your schools. If there are other language services needed, we've found that the schools are often a really great asset. So we also do something called a crowd map. Have you guys heard of that before? Yeah, okay. So it's basically just an interactive map. It's like crowdsourcing ideas, but we do it geographically too. So sometimes we ask people ideas through a survey that's just more about the words. What do you value? What do you want to see? But the map is about places, and we have people pinpoint places. Oh, I really want to see this preserved, or I want to see something taken care of here, or I want to see a change here. I see an opportunity for change. And the way this all holds together through a pretty detailed public engagement and outreach plan that we've started to call the POP. So if you ever see us use that acronym, it's just the Public Engagement Outreach Plan. We do that in phase 1. We work with the committee to try to get it right, and our client planner, if we're working closely with the planning department. And we really go through, what are your demographics? What are the hard-to-reach populations? How can you reach them? How can we use all of these tools? And then how do we design these tools to be most effective? So we put a lot of energy into this, but I know I'm running a little bit late, so I'm going to go quickly. The other thing I want you to know is that the engagement, we don't view it just as a way to get input into your plan, which is important, but we also view it as a way to help community build in your community, to cross bridges, to bring people together, and so you can use it as a way to strengthen your community. And then ultimately, this will create a policy roadmap. It'll be a guide for you, for the select board, for the planning board, for all your boards and commissions, for town officials as well. And we do it in a way that's very visually accessible. It's very important to us that we create something that anyone can pick up and really understand. Well, why are my boards doing this? Well, let's look back at that master plan or that comprehensive plan. So this is just an example of our Winchester work here. And then last slide, we're also really proud of the fact that our plans do, I think Eric may have said this for his firm as well, our plans do get implemented because they're realistic, they're feasible, and even something that you think might be a stretch. Mansfield just last week adopted something in the master plan that we had written about years ago, and it was to update their transit-oriented development zoning. It was very, very controversial. We were hired again to come back to Mansfield to help implement this piece, and we ran a community engagement process to bring community members together in actually writing the zoning with us, rather than taking that old approach where you say, this is what we think should happen. And what happened was they got not just the 50% at town meeting that they needed, the vote, they actually got 2/3. They didn't even need it. So that was a big win. All right, so that's it. I hope I didn't go too much over, and you still have some time for questions. Do you want us to sit down, or do you want me to stay here? How do you?
How about, my suggestion is you probably stay there, and if you need to pull other folks in. Most of these questions are more high level than like
specific to
like, stormwater or anything like that.
Okay.
So they're probably mostly for you.
Okay, fair.
So the first question is, how will you help Ashland resolve divergent public views about elements of the comprehensive plan? And how much time/value of your proposal is dedicated to this task?
Yeah,
So
it's a great question. So resolving divergent views on what should happen in the future. That's basically like everything we're doing. It's the whole way we've structured. You know, we have a lot of process, and so we work with the committee. The committee is a very active committee. It's not going to be like this. It's going to be like we're working together, we're breaking you out in groups, we're involving community members who are here. Almost every meeting is like that if you let us do it. And so from the very beginning, there's a real focus on community engagement, and we do believe that when people feel that they've been heard and seriously considered, and that the process is very transparent to the point where a community member can look on the project website and say, what did they do with my comment on that document? I'm going to look in the comment matrix. There's my name. There's my comment. And this is what the consultant said. Oh, we addressed that. Or we can't because of X, Y, Z. So that transparency is really important. We also have a framework that we bring to each section of, so when we're doing existing conditions, we do a lot of talking with folks too, just to get an understanding of the community. Then when we're doing phase 2 of the visioning and goals, we use all those different tools you just saw me talk about, plus survey. There was some tools I didn't talk about. And then even in phase 3, when you think, well, isn't it kind of done by then? It's really not. We do a whole system where we do what we call a roadshow, which means you go out to every single board and commission, any organizations, neighborhood associations, with strategy ideas that might actually affect that board, commission, neighborhood group, et cetera, and you get further input. We do, I won't get too bogged down in the details, but we have a pretty specific system for collecting that kind of information so that when we bring that back, we do some other things too that I'm going to gloss over, but there's a little more to what I'm saying. But when we bring all that back in phase 3, the committee knows, oh, these are how these strategies are ranked. These are not as important. These are a little controversial. These are the ones that pretty much everybody likes them. And so it gives you a really solid way of understanding what the community thinks. So that's just, I'm happy to talk more about that, but I know you have other questions.
Yep.
Okay.
No, I appreciate that. And that kind of dovetails into the next question too, which talks about what you see as the most effective process for streamlined communication that respects the transparent process.
Yeah, that's a wonderful question. Okay, streamlined communication that respects the transparent process. So being very clear about what the meeting, how the meetings are going to be run is important. So we would want to decide with you together, do you like this idea of doing these interactive meetings? In Mansfield, for example, we did that pretty much in every single meeting. We used it as a little working session, and members of the community knew that, so they would come and participate. And then we also had bigger forums and the survey and all these other things. So getting really clear on how you want to run those meetings is important to a transparent process. Sometimes when you may decide, well, this meeting we don't want a working session style. We really want to do more of a traditional presentation, Q&A, get public comment. And so we're very clear, like meeting 4 is a public presentation where we're doing Q&A. Meeting 3 is a working session, and we're going to focus on issues and opportunities, and we're going to break you out in groups to talk. Meeting, exactly, we kind of lay it all out, like it's even in our proposal. If you look carefully enough, you can kind of see where I'm talking about those different meeting structures. So that's important. And then just in terms of streamlining communication, if you mean from the public to the process, we have a website where you can certainly go in and make comments through the website. You can use the interactive features that we've had. We also have more traditional ways of getting communication for folks who aren't going to, have the access to something online. But in terms of streamlining communication between the consultant and the town or the town planner, et cetera, what we like to do is have a regular check-in with, could be the chair and the planner, it's up to you guys who that is, but it's a check-in that happens, usually it's a week or so, maybe 2 weeks before the committee meets, so that we all get our ducks in a row, we know exactly what's happening, we know we're on schedule, we know what each other needs. And then we run the meeting, the committee meeting, really all on one page. So that's just an example.
Okay. Sounds good. Thank you. What elements of a comprehensive plan are the most challenging, and how will your expertise be most helpful with these?
It depends, and I don't want to wimp out of this, but sometimes we find that we breeze through the visioning and people kind of know what they want and they all agree, and the pie in the sky is beautiful and lovely, and then the hard part is, how do we make choices? The department managers at our working session said, well, that's really not feasible. There's no way we can do that. So sometimes the strategies piece is really hard. In other communities, we get more passion around the vision itself. And by the time we get to strategies, they're like, well, it was hard work to get to this vision, and now that we got to it and we like it, the strategies just kind of fall out pretty easily. So I don't want to say any part is, it's hard for me to answer that question. I would say that by the time you get to phase 4 and you're just pulling the plan together, that's usually pretty easy. Except, I won't mention the name, it's a community near here. When we got to the stage where we were talking about how to implement, how to ensure, we were recommending an implementation committee. And that surprised me that it got controversial. They ended up doing it. But they were, basically like, we have too many committees, I don't think we need another one. And we very, not too aggressively, but we did push back and say, well, if you want to make sure someone's overseeing this plan, it typically is not something the planning board will have enough time to really monitor properly. So that got a little controversial. You may not like that, and I'm not saying we would, bully you into that, but that was something that got a little tricky in one community.
Okay. All right. Thank you. You had talked a little bit about your POP, the outreach. And so I think this is kind of part of, will be answered partly by that, but how will you help us make sure that the final product is truly reflective of our community because we achieved widespread public involvement reflecting our community demographics? And how can you help us collect the demographic data of participants?
Yes. So I love that question. So first of all, we take charge of collecting that demographic or giving you the information you need. So for example, if you're doing a tabling exercise, we will ask whoever's at that table to start to collect some demographic data. Sometimes we have a little form people can fill out. Sometimes we do a little board where people can put dots like what is your age, et cetera. But beyond that, the surveys certainly collect demographic data. At our forums, we do a similar thing where we have a board and we start to collect data like that. But in terms of how we, you can collect data and still not get the results you want. But the reason we do that is because we do check-ins with you every week through particularly the phase 2 process. Our community engagement specialist, Alana, will send an email to whoever our main contact is, whether, I don't know if it's Brandy or Peter, but whoever that is, we would send you an email saying, these are your demographics for this week. This is how we're doing on the survey. These are the groups that we're missing still. Let's get on our next call together and strategize. Are there meeting in a boxes we can target in certain, are there any religious organizations we can start to bring into the fold? Some communities, we're working with one in Maine right now that has used an ambassador program that is very promising. It's just the beginning, but they basically asked for ambassadors from the community to volunteer. And we're providing those people with the tools they need to go out into the community and do more than we could all do on our own. And so targeting, certain types of ambassadors, again, looking at organizations, it could be religious or other organizations, it could be through the schools, it could be through parents. There's lots of ideas. So our community engagement specialist looks at all of that in the POP. I'm impressed you got that right away. So now I can use the acronym. So she looks at all that. She lays out what are your demographics, what are going to be the hard, like we already know, which ones are going to be hard to reach for the most part, and we kind of truth that with you all. We ground truth it with you all, and then we help you think of systems. We do we call it a network mapping, where we look at all the different organizations in the community and regionally, and we actually give you I'm looking at you as you're the committee, but we give the committee and any planning staff, et cetera, we give them a little questionnaire saying, what community groups are you connected with? Like, and we start to network, like you all know a lot of people. And so we start to network that, and then we start to actually assign you. Oh, well, I see, Joseph, you were involved in X, Y, and Z club or organization or whatever it is. Can you please do an exercise at their next event or whatever, whatever it is. And then we look at the gaps, and we look at all that list of other organizations. We're like, okay, where are we not hitting? And then we try to be strategic with you about how can we bring those into the fold as well. So that's just kind of an example of what we do, but it's pretty thorough, I would say.
Thank you. You had talked about your project website and even a crowd map, which I think that's probably your interactive website / social media engine. Will Ashland have access to that data and that information after the project is complete, or is it just kind of part of the project?
Yeah, so we budget it for being part of the project.
Okay.
In a situation recently, there was a town that really wanted to take ownership of that website afterwards, and they also had an Esri account. We do it's a story map website through Esri, so is the crowd map. And so what we did instead was we still built the site. They let us have access. We built it on the town's Esri, through the town's Esri account. And then when we left, the town still had it. And then they just took away access for us. Okay. So we could certainly work something like that out, but typically when we go away, we give it a couple months, little grace period, but typically then we close it down.
Okay. All right. Thank you. So we don't want the comprehensive plan to sit on a shelf, obviously. I know you talked a little bit about implementation, but what role do you generally play in a successful implementation process, and how have you approached such a role in other communities?
Yeah, thank you. So in terms of implementation, in phase 4, we really start to dig into how you want to implement in the future, and we start to try to give you some best practices and some advice if you take our advice. And we have a lot of ground truthed suggestions for the community. So we go through a process of really working with the committee on that first, but we also will work with, in one community, I actually had a weekly call with the town manager. Don't feel any pressure, we don't have to do that. But that was very helpful in trying to bring on board the town administration and really understanding like what's coming out of this, where are the important things, what do you think about this idea, about an implementation committee, all those kinds of things. But the other thing we give you is, we call it an implementation plan. It's actually a spreadsheet because we think it's important for your implementation plan to actually be something that you can use and update and change. I view strategies as not set in stone for a decade plus. We don't know what's going to happen in the future. You may try some things and they don't get passed, or you don't get the funding, and you need to pivot. And so we really view that implementation plan as this. And that's why we recommend the committee. We really view it as something you monitor. What we like to do with our goals is view those as more static, that you're working toward some condition. It could even be something measurable. And you try a bunch of strategies and it's not moving the number. So let's forget about that strategy. Let's try something else. Like one community we worked with recently wanted to increase their tree canopy by a certain percentage over their baseline for climate reasons and beautification and all sorts of good reasons. And, some of the ideas in our plan, they're going to try, it's still early in their process, but just as an example, maybe it's not going to budge enough to get them to their metric by the end of the 10 years, so they may want to pivot. So that's how we view implementation. We can't guarantee success that way, but we think that it's a smarter way to view implementation.
Okay. Great. Thank you. So the members here that are part of the steering committee are just a few of the members. Our steering committee is actually 29 members. It's a big group, and that's made up of representatives from boards and committees throughout Ashland, as well as representatives from each of our 6 voting precincts. So we wanted to make sure we had members of the community that weren't affiliated with a group as part of that, as part of the steering committee. So what would be your approach to working with a steering committee of almost 30 members?
Yeah.
And what recommendations do you have for having like an efficient process?
Yeah. Okay. So in Mansfield, we ran across this. I actually don't remember how many people they were off the top of my head, but I know they were worried there were too many people. And that's when we decided to run every meeting as a working session. And what I would recommend, whether you go with this or not, I can't control it, but I would recommend that you also have an executive committee who would meet to go over more logistics kind of stuff. They wouldn't make decisions, but they would help to guide us. They may even be the ones we check in with, rather than just the chair and the planner is typically who we check in with. But an executive committee, I think you can get bogged down in process discussions when really a group of that size, you want to get their minds in it, and you want to get their bodies and their hands out in the community helping to spread the word. So I think it could be a great asset, but you'd have to think very carefully. I would even say you may want to set up some subcommittees where some folks are, if they have a particular expertise, and maybe there's a community engagement subcommittee, or maybe there's a outreach, I don't know what they are. We could certainly help you figure that out, but that's how I would break them down. And then I would run running a committee of that large as this kind of setup. I don't think it works that well. People don't really get much of a voice. So using that working session as our primary method of running those. And then I like to involve anyone who happens to show up. I think that they're almost adjunct committee members in some ways. They don't get a vote, but that would be my recommendation.
Okay, great. And our steering committee has set the third Thursday of each month as our meeting date. That was important when we first set out because we wanted to make sure that people had set aside a date to be able to meet. Would you be able to commit to be available on Thursday evenings?
So I have currently a project that meets the third Thursday of every month.
Okay.
However, it will be finished, our work will be finished in October.
Okay.
So I know that in our proposal we said we could start in September. So there may be 1 or 2 meetings where we have to hopefully be a little bit flexible. It's possible also that I could have some of my team members cover that other meeting. Probably not both September and October, but at least one of them. And then we could trade off a little bit. So I think we could make it work. And as long as we knew that, I know you'll make a decision pretty soon, we would hold the third Thursday going forward.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, great. So your proposal discusses a plan for the next decade, and we are envisioning an initial plan for like 15, 20 years, a little bit longer term, putting us more in the aspirational planning category than your proposal had stated. One can imagine scenarios where realistic and fiscally responsible strategies in the 10-year timeframe could end up being short-sighted and not address long-term needs. How does that affect your proposal if Ashland does not wish to alter our projected timeframe?
Sure. So I would say that you can absolutely have a longer time frame for the visioning and goal setting. When you get into strategies, I don't think any of us know what the best practices will be in 20 years from now. So I would stick to a 10-year plan for the strategy at least.
You'll be here, Joe. That'll be fine. So on page 10 of your proposal, you had cited using using existing documentation for some baseline inventories. It makes sense to not duplicate what's already available. Is there can you provide a specific list of which items in that task 3 that we had put in? I know you probably don't have it in front of you. Okay. I mean, I have it. I can read it to you. But okay. But if there's certain things that you generally would leverage for that baseline inventory.
Yeah, I mean, we do a thorough review of all of your current plans. We even go back if we have access to some older plans just to see, what's been implemented, what's been done. And we incorporate that we do existing conditions profiles for every statutory element. And then we also do primary research where we collect census data and we collect, local assessors data. We do a series of GIS analysis where we're looking at some spatial data using your assessor's database as well. So it's a combination, and so we do tend to find that even if you had a plan that was approved, in December, by the time we are doing it, it's a little bit old, and so we do like to update data when we can, especially the census data. We typically do pull the most recent. The ACS typically comes out every winter in December, so that's how we would use that. We would want to be mindful of the fact that you have all this work done. We certainly don't want to redo something. It would be foolish of us from a budget point of view to do that, but we also want to provide you with as much up-to-date data as we can.
Gotcha. Sounds good. Thank you. I know you had mentioned another project that's finishing up in October. We wanted to know sort of what is your project load? How many other projects are you working on? And how would we be assured that we would get like sort of the proper attention?
Yeah.
You're a smaller firm, obviously.
Which I would say is a benefit to you.
Yes.
So, I would say the question you really want to ask me is how are we handling our staffing?
Okay.
So our staffing is growing. If you look on LinkedIn, just today or yesterday, we posted we have 2 planners who just joined. One is a Fulbright scholar from MIT. We're really excited to have him. And the other we just kind of stole from the city of Salem. She's a municipal planner with a housing and equity background. So we are, as I said, up to 7 planners, full-time community planners. Right now, and that's how we're handling our workload. So we have roughly, it depends on what moment you count it, because projects are closing down and others are starting up, but we have roughly 20 projects, but they're not larger master plan, comprehensive plan type projects. Some are very small, like I work with housing trusts for like $15,000. We do a study for a couple of months, help them with an action plan. It's a very small project. And others are, the larger master plan, comprehensive plan type projects. We are very strategic also about how we're managing those projects. So we have assistant project managers as well as project managers. And so the reason our projects move forward on time when it's in our control, sometimes there's a snow day or the town doesn't, there's some conflict and the committee wants to change the meeting or, whatever it is, those things we can't control. But if you do your reference checks and you ask our clients, we are prompt, we give you exactly, in each phase, we give you a very detailed schedule in a Gantt chart format that says on this day on September 21st, we will submit to you the existing conditions profile, and you will get it that day. And then we will meet with the committee on that third Thursday or whatever it is. So we keep our projects moving that way. You get a super detailed schedule at the beginning of, well, it's actually not even the beginning of the phase. By the beginning of the phase, you already have it.
Sounds good. Great. Thank you. And then the last question that I have here is some of the master plans that you had provided to us seem to be kind of like more abstract in nature. How can we ensure that ours would be a little bit more concrete?
So by abstract, do you mean the way it looks in the content, or do you mean the, can you describe more just so I understand where you're coming from?
I'm going to turn it over to Michael.
Yeah, this one was for me. So I went and perused some of the other plans that you had done, and some of the recommendations and some of the goals. They had some, very specific strategies associated with them, but some of them seemed very, very, abstract. How do you find that balance between, because you can't get into that level of specificity with everything. I mean, I think some members of our committee are expecting like a plan that says, okay, you are to pave this road on this date.
Oh, okay.
I think that's a little bit unrealistic, but what's been your experience with that?
Well, let me answer this in a couple different ways. So number one, we do take the lead from the community in terms of what they really want, but we have to be realistic about what the team can provide and the level of detail. So part of it depends on what the community is really rallying around and agreeing about, and what we have enough baseline information about to make a very specific recommendation. Some of it depends on I'll give an example, an abstract example. I won't mention the name of the town, but if something becomes very controversial, we may start out with a very specific recommendation from the consultant team saying, this is what we're seeing in your vision. Here are a bunch of best practices. These are very specific ideas, and the community might be like, well, we don't know. We got to study that. I'm not really sure about that. And when we see that happening, and we know we can't study it to the level that would satisfy them, given our scope, that's when we start to back off a little and say, well, let's not take it out. Why don't we say, consider this, study the effect here, or something like that. So we kind of move with the client, and that's why you see different levels.
Okay, great. Thank you. That is all the questions that we had prepared. If anyone that is not part of the project management team from either the planning board or the select board has any questions for Jen and her team, we have about 5 minutes.
I have a question. Tricia Kendall, I'm currently the chair of the planning board. And I know a big part of the comprehensive plan, which I have no experience in myself, but is about gathering the input from the community. And as you talked about a lot, about all the different elements, all the different kind of groups in the community. But also the reason a town hires a consultant is to bring your own expertise and all of the things that you have seen over many different communities, over however many years of work, to us. And I'm wondering how you find that balance between the ideas that wanting the comprehensive plan to come out of the community, but knowing that even the community as a whole likely doesn't have the depth of experience of what you've seen across communities. So are you bringing in, hey, this kind of worked in this other community, I think it might work here. Like how do those two things come together?
Yeah, exactly. So especially when you get into the strategy phase, which is phase 3, what our whole team does is we if you agree with it, we run something we call technical working sessions. And we sit down, we actually get together kind of separately from you all, and we do a brainstorm, and we say, okay, now we see what the community members said, we understand from our existing conditions profile what's happening on the ground. Let's bring that all together now, look at their vision statement, look at their goals, and come up with a whole list of ideas. You're not going to be able to do all of them, but we're going to come up with a whole list of best practices, examples, other bylaws, etc. A lot from Massachusetts, but not always. As Juliet said, their firm is all over the country, so we bring in best practices. We present to the committee first and say, this is our big list of strategy ideas that we think could help get you to your vision. And this whole process of phase 3 is narrowing, because we're going to start you with a really big list and lots of examples. And then once the committee reviews that, they may add stuff that maybe we didn't think of. Then we get ready for something we call the technical working sessions, where we have working sessions around all the core themes that come out of your vision and your engagement. And each working session gets its own pretty extensive packet of, these are all the ideas, best practices, links, case studies, etc., for folks who really want to read in depth. And now we want the technical working sessions to meet in small groups that we would design the whole thing and run it for you, where local experts, town officials, board and committee members, members of organizations, community members get together and really dive into those best practices and talk through what could work in Ashland. Am I concerned about any of these? Are some of these ideas that I really love? And so that's how we bring a lot of information that way. And then through the process, if something comes up, maybe somebody said, well, I don't like that example because Boston's nothing like Ashland. Do you have an example in a community like ours? We'll also try to provide as much as we can to kind of answer questions and that kind of thing.
Does that work the same way like with the visioning? Like when you get to know a community, might you say, have you guys ever thought about this? This is what I see.
Yeah.
That maybe you don't see forest through the trees.
Mm-hmm. We don't typically guide the visioning as much as we guide the strategies. We do show lots of examples of communities' visions so people get an idea. And we actually do, this may be a little different than other firms, but we do encourage pie in the sky thinking at first, because we think you don't really know if something's feasible until you really break it down and try to strategize around it. Maybe you will end up saying, oh, we just can't do that. But we don't want to eliminate that thinking yet. So I think that we really focus on the best practices more in the phase 3 piece. But I will say, when we're putting together the existing conditions profiles, we're looking for issues and opportunities. And so you'll get guidance there. We're not going to give you recommendations, but we will give you our own observations about what's going on, that if you add 2 + 2, you're going to get 4 eventually. We just fall short because we don't think it's time yet to give you a recommendation. It's too early in the process.
Okay, all right. Well, we're running really close on time. Do you want to?
That's okay. You want information and questions, you're going to get them. So, here we are. Eric, you asked, I believe it's Eric, right? You mentioned something about the fact that the percentage of plans and proposals that are implemented. Off the top of your squash, what is the percentage of the proposals that you have done to date have actually been implemented, and what is the time frame roughly between the process and then having the municipality actually do what you set out to do?
Yeah, it's really varied. I don't know. Do you want Eric to answer that?
Either or.
Because I'd rather you answer it. No, I'm just kidding. It's really varied, and I don't have actual data to share with you. And it's actually on my list of things I want to do a better job at following up at 6-month and 1-year increments, et cetera, with all of my former clients and collect that information. Because some things have been very easy for them to implement, because we had brainstormed it so much through the process, the town was ready to do it by the time the planning board voted to approve. Other things took time, like that Mansfield zoning. We did that plan just before COVID. I think we finished it in early 2020, and they just now adopted the zoning recommendation that we had. I'm not saying that's a long time, because there was COVID and things got a little crazy, but it really varies. So it's hard for me to answer that, but it's a great question, and I do think I need to set up a system where I'm actually tracking that better.
I was just rather curious. I read your proposals twice, yesterday and again today, and very detailed. I was very impressed. I think by the time I got done reading it, I thought I gave birth to a planner, to be honest with you. But no, I mean, everything that you have written down was
Pete, you got
answered my
something to say?
Okay.
Keep it up.
Okay. We are really running short on time. We are probably 15 minutes late, because we have a meeting after this. So if it can be a really quick question, Claudia.
It's a quick one.
Okay.
So just on the diversity issue, I'm just wondering, you mentioned Spanish speakers. Do you have anyone on your team that speaks Portuguese? And what have you found to be the best way maybe to engage some of the population in our community that might be harder to engage?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, okay. So we don't have a direct staff member. We have worked with, sometimes we can bring in a sub-consultant. We use one in Woburn that provided services to us on a number of different projects, and we can basically get any language. We just did a project in the city of Boston where we had to translate into 11 languages. So we can have access to any language. Although I do want to say that we like working through the schools, because it won't impact your budget. So I know we're not supposed to talk about the budget, but I just don't want to give you unrealistic expectations. Okay, so I'll just say it that way. But one thing we worked in, a good example I think would be in Salem. We did have a number of Portuguese members of the community as well as others. And with that community, I'll just give you an example. It's different for every community because we really try to customize it. But there we worked with, there was a Portuguese, I think it was either, now I can't remember if it was a newspaper or a radio station, but we basically, through our network mapping, we identified different organizations, and that was one that came up. And so we worked with them to do some announcements and put out the survey that we had created for them, which we did have in Portuguese. So that's a kind of an example of a strategy that we would do, but it's very customized for
Do
you.
you feel like it was successful in the end?
I did, yeah, I did.
I just want to offer that Niche has done a lot of work in New Bedford in the past, has 2 employees that are currently employees in Portugal.
Oh, all right, I didn't even know that. There you go.
Okay. Great. So thank you, Jen and Eric and Juliet and Brian. Thank you all for being here and
Thank you.
for coming to talk to us. I think at this point, unless anyone has anything further, we're good? Okay.
Thank you so much. It
Thank
was
you.
great to meet you all.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We'll take a quick break while we bring, all right, so we will reconvene in just a couple minutes.
Thank you.
Thank you, everybody, for hanging with us while we had some change here in the Select Board room. So for those that are just joining us on Zoom or here in the room, we are interviewing consultants for our comprehensive plan. We have VHB here with us, just to kind of give you an idea of who is here and what we're doing. This is a joint meeting between the Select Board and the Planning Board. And from a comprehensive plan standpoint, there are 6 of us here that are part of the Comprehensive Plan Steering Committee. Michael, our town manager, myself from the Select Board, Yolanda Greaves, who's on Zoom from the Select Board, Anna Tesnominski, who's also on Zoom from the Planning Board, Kate Jurczyk from the Planning Board, and Peter Matchek, our town planner. So thank you for being here in person tonight. What we're going to do is have you guys introduce yourselves, give a brief presentation, and then we have some questions that we've all agreed upon, and then from the steering committee, from the project management team, and then we'll open it up to, if we have time, some other additional questions from the rest of the board as well.
Sounds fantastic. Thank
Okay.
you. Thank you for having us here tonight. This is really exciting. I'll let our team introduce themselves in a minute. I just want to sort of open up our presentation by thanking you all for having us here. It's a great opportunity for us and certainly for the town to sort of look to the future and see where you want to go, and we'd love to certainly help you do that. For those of you who don't know me, and I know some of you, but not all of you, I'm Rob Nagy. I'm a principal at VHB. I'm headquartered out of our Watertown office, but I certainly do a lot of work out of our Worcester office as well. And I've been active in the MetroWest region for the better part of my 35 years of career out here. I'm working with the MetroWest 495 partnership, which I know you guys are active members in as well, and really do enjoy sort of looking at communities out here and how things get done. We are excited to be here, and thank you again for having us here as we look to steer your plan moving forward. At VHB, see if I can advance this here. Some of you may or may not know VHB, and I just want to give you a quick sort of corporate overview, very brief, and then we'll get to the presentation part here. But at VHB, we are a multidisciplinary firm that focuses on transportation planning, land planning, design, the environment, and certainly we're now bringing an applied technology role into what we do. We support those roles by bringing in industry experts who are on our staff that focus on transportation elements, on real estate, on working with county and local and state governments. Not that there's any county governments here in Massachusetts anymore. We work with institutions, the federal government at times, and certainly do a lot of work with institutions, with colleges, schools, and other folks. Our relationship with Ashland dates back to the late 1990s, where we first started working with this community and the DPW department, doing our core work, which was transportation engineering, design, and oversight of construction. And it's since morphed over those years to include a number of different services, including historic preservation. We're working with you on the Upper Charles River Bike Trail and doing some work with the planning and the design of that through not just Ashland, but certain other communities as well. I was specifically recently involved, I won't say recently involved, but a few years ago involved in the safety upgrades to the train crossing out here right in front of Town Hall, and doing some work with you and the MBTA. And we do a lot of work with different agencies, and it's one of the core values of VHB is working with everybody to make sure that all the different perspectives are brought to the table. So with that as the background, I'm going to introduce you to Luke Mitchell, who's the project manager, and he's going to talk to you a little bit about our approach and our experience and some of our wins, if you will, that we've been doing with other MetroWest communities. And with that, Luke, come on up.
Thank you, Rob, and thank you, everybody, for having us here tonight. It's a real pleasure to meet you. All told, our full project team would be about 7 or 8 people, including the 4 of us and 3 or 4 other subject matter experts. So I'm Luke Mitchell. I lead the land planning practice in Massachusetts for VHB. I work on comprehensive plans, site planning, digital equity planning, lots of different types of community planning projects throughout the state, and have been involved with several comprehensive plans. I'm currently managing a master plan for the town of Pembroke. Last night was the big public meeting, the first big public meeting, which was fun. Rob, he introduced himself, but as he mentioned, he's been with the firm for over 30 years and knows MetroWest very well. So he'll be a great asset to the team as a project advisor, most specifically with regard to transportation issues, but also other community planning, land planning issues as well. Donnie Goris-Kolb, who you'll hear from in a bit, is a senior sustainability planner at VHB. Donnie has led 5 or 6 comprehensive plans in as many years. So like Rob, he'll be a project advisor, very valuable member of the team. He's done this many times and has learned a lot of lessons and knows a lot about the best way to approach it. So he'll provide that value, as well as specifically looking at sustainability, resiliency, energy, climate issues. When we read your RFP, we noticed the intense focus on public engagement, which we thought was great. We knew that we would need to call Reagan when we saw that. So Reagan is the CEO of Regina Villa Associates, and I'll let Reagan speak a little bit about her group.
Thanks, Luke. So RVA has been in existence for 45 years, and this is what we do. We do public outreach and public involvement for a variety of clients, mostly state and city municipal clients. We are WBE, DBE certified in Massachusetts, and we're passionate about doing this sort of work and engaging with the public, especially with community-led processes. That's what we do best, and we've worked with VHB for projects. I've been with RVA for 20 years, so definitely for at least 20 years. So with that, I'll turn it back over to Luke. Donnie, sorry.
Actually, I'm going to take the mic now. All right, Donnie Goris-Kolb. I am a senior sustainability planner with VHB, climate action planner. But as Luke mentioned, I also engage the urban planning group at VHB. They sit across the hall from me. I worked on many comprehensive plans, and I've led many comprehensive plans for VHB in the last few years. But what I want to say right now, pertinent to this slide, is that we're proud of our robust experience working in the MetroWest region. And Rob touched upon some of the transportation planning projects at the local and regional scales, but we also were responsible and prepared the most recent versions of Northborough and Westborough's master plan, and the previous version of Southborough's master plan. So we understand the area. There's even though each of these individual communities have unique challenges and issues and opportunities that they're facing, there are some regional commonalities that could be explored, and we have some background knowledge and some background data that would just feed perfectly right into this experience in this project. Integrated technical services. So Rob touched upon this, but what I would like to point out is that we have disciplines across VHB, the planning group, the environmental group, the transportation group, that fit all of the different elements and disciplines required of creating a master plan. So we dive deeper into these topics than a normal planning firm that has general and broad experience. If there's a question that pops up that's specific to a specific subtopic of economics or transportation or sustainability or climate change, we have the professionals that we can turn to. Luke mentioned that we have a team of 6 or 7 individuals, but there's a lot more staff that we can tap into if we need to do a relative deeper dive on some of these questions and topics. And that goes into how far we go into the baseline as well. We take pride in how much we do for the baseline analysis, because it really does feed into our focus on implementation, because our implementation plans, and I'll go into this in a little bit more depth later on in the presentation, is what sets our master plans apart, because we prepare them with a focus on implementation, and we don't recommend actions that aren't directly tied to the baseline analysis. And again, our staff and our expertise in these areas allow us to go a little bit deeper into these areas and pull out what is really pertinent to Ashland and to the other communities that we work in. I won't go too far into the public outreach. We brought Reagan in for that. She's attested to her firm's capabilities, and Luke and Reagan will, speak more about, our plans for public engagement for the Ashland Comprehensive Plan. But I will say that the key to all of our efforts is really starting with a robust and thoughtful engagement and outreach plan that is tailored to each community to understand how you interact and how with the community and how the community interacts with itself. And there'll be some examples of that later on. But, outreach plans that are thoughtful and flexible, because some things will work that you originally planned for, and then some things won't work, and then you'll have to make some adjustments. That's inevitable. But also these plans must also, we try to focus them on incorporating broad community outreach as well. So, there's an example that I'll pose from Westboro later on, but making sure that the underserved populations are, part of the planning process and tapping into how they interact with each other and how they, interact with the community, with the municipality itself and the government, or they don't, what are the reasons for that, and trying to build that into the plan itself. I'm going to ask Luke to come back up.
Thanks, Donnie. So as we've learned over the years with master plans, there's just a lot of moving pieces. We're getting input from community members, business owners, stakeholders, the steering committee. So really to us, it's mission critical to upfront at the beginning of the process really define the whole approach and vet that with the steering committee from the first couple of meetings and make sure that there's a shared understanding of the process. Having said that, we can be flexible as we move. If certain areas of focus or themes come up, we can focus on them. But for the most part, we want to stick to the process to make sure that we're efficient and effective, and that none of the input we get, falls through the cracks, that all of that's reflected in the final deliverables. So in terms of our approach, when we get started, really we begin by doing a lot of homework on our end before actually visiting with the steering committee. So it's foundational research. We look at data from the U.S. Census, different ESRI, business analyst, community analyst, Department of Labor statistics. We look at GIS files from the state, basically to construct a baseline understanding of existing conditions in town. Once we have that, we conduct what we call a community immersion day. I think that we've done this on pretty much every master plan I've been involved with, at least. For the community immersion day, we bring the whole team to the town, and that's our first touch point with the steering committee. It's a chance for each of us to introduce ourselves and let you know what we're focused on, and similarly hear from each of the members of the steering committee. What brought you to the steering committee, what interests you, what do you want to focus on throughout the process. And then typically concurrently with that, sometimes a little bit following that, we'll conduct group interviews with key stakeholders in the town. And those are structured around different themes, whether it's public health or seniors or schools, so that we can begin to define, for our understanding, what the key issues and opportunities are that we'll need to be focused on. So second, to speak about outreach and engagement, I'll hand it over to Reagan.
Thanks again. So both Donnie and Luke have touched upon this, but I do want to emphasize that for us, one of the critical first key steps is to develop this outreach and engagement plan. I used the words community-led public process earlier. I think both VHB and RVA are committed to work as partners to have this be a community-driven process, but work with the steering committee to determine what are the best strategies. We have a lot of tools in our toolbox, and we want to figure out what will work best in Ashland. So that is our first step, to develop a very detailed outreach plan. Our experience is that you have to meet people where they are, and where people are in a variety of places. So I think it's important to have, whether you call them multiple channels or multiple strategies. Some people prefer the traditional in-person public meeting, and we want to make sure that we speak to that. Some people really like the virtual element that really works with schedules and childcare and those sorts of things. Then there are members of the community who do not typically attend public meetings, who you also want to be part of the process. You can do that through pop-up events, going to where they are. Just, in Everett, we went to a high school football game on a Friday night and had a table and reached huge swaths of the community that we would not have normally done. All of these tools, and the final piece that I will mention is a digital presence. Some people will never want to come to a meeting, virtual or otherwise, but still want to engage with the material and provide their point of view. So we want to work with you to figure out how to best use these channels and at what points in the process. I'll give a recent example. We led the outreach for the MBTA for their bus network redesign process, and they had a draft plan, and over 12 weeks we wanted to capture as many comments as we could on the plan and get feedback to have a final version of the plan. So in 12 weeks we had 10 combination of virtual and in-person meetings, 20 street teams pop-up events. All the materials were available in 9 languages. We had an online feedback form in 9 languages that we, over the 12 weeks, captured 20,000 different comments on a variety of bus routes. And then we were able to take that, this is the critical step, take that feedback and use it. This is where the partnership with the technical team works, to provide a plan that worked for more people and reflected the feedback given. So with that, I will turn it back over.
Thanks, Reagan. In addition to that, the online presence is important typically for us with most of our master plans. We create websites which can be used as an interface and a place where residents can go throughout the process of the project and enter feedback. For an example, we launched one last night at the Pembroke public meeting, so if you'd like to take a look at that, it's pembrokemasterplan.com. But we have those for mostly all of our master plans, and we find it to be a good tool. Another thing we do is create online surveys that we can provide links to on the websites. So next is the baseline analysis. Building off of the understanding of issues and opportunities that we're able to develop through the public engagement process, our team, our subject matter experts, perform research, and that's building on the foundational research from the first task. It's, as I think it was Donnie who mentioned, this isn't really like passive research for the sake of research. It's really targeted research, and we're always thinking of the back end. How is this going to be translated into goals and objectives? But again, each of our subject matter experts knows enough about each of these subjects to really find the right data that they need and present just the right amount of data to carry through. And then in terms of the fruits of that research, we'll represent it through narrative imagery, maps, 3D imagery, infographics as well. More and more, our final master plan deliverables are becoming less narrative heavy, more image driven. We find that that's allows for a document that's much more accessible to all users. Even casual users from the town are able to pick it up and more quickly and accessibly understand the content of the recommendations. So task 4 is the vision statement, goals, and objectives. The vision statement is something that we draft relatively early on after engaging with the community. We'll draft it, present it to the steering committee, work iteratively with the steering committee to refine it and make sure that it captures everything that it needs to capture. Subordinate to that are goals. The goals are each associated with each of the 8 chapters of the master plan. And then subordinate to those goals are objectives. And the objectives are all very much action-oriented objectives. In other words, a task that can be assigned to a specific party or set of parties, assigned a cost estimate, and a time frame. The image here, by the way, is from the Westboro Master Plan. This was from the website that we used for that plan, where we were able to collect direct feedback from the community, a lot of which was reflected in the goals and objectives. So the last piece is that implementation plan, which really, based on the previous 4 tasks, in many ways it's already set up what the content of that plan is going to be. So for us, it's all about making sure that that information, which is often expressed in a matrix which is not very accessible, we aspire to present it in a way that is accessible, interesting to read, visually compelling, so that that document can really last in terms of its relevance throughout the lifeline of a master plan. So here's an example of that from a recent plan that we did. Just a few more slides, but I'm going to ask Donnie to come back and talk about a few of the comprehensive plans that we've led recently.
Sure. VHB has dozens of master plans under its belt. We've completed many throughout the years, some of which, we already mentioned tonight, Westboro, Northboro, Southboro, but several of them have also been award winners like Southboro. Also included in that is the town of Hudson, which a lot of communities point to as a master plan and has demonstrated success, most notably in its downtown area. People point to Hudson and say that's an example of a great, vibrant downtown. And a lot of that had to do with the revitalization and the addressment of parking. Most recently, Palmer in western Massachusetts. I led that master plan, and that recently won the 2022 Massachusetts Chapter Comprehensive Plan of the Year Award. And in large part, that was, I believe, I made the case in the application that the award should be given to Palmer just because, one, it was, it included sustainability and resilience. It was a recipient of Massachusetts MVP Municipal Vulnerability Preparedness Grant, planning grant, or action grant, rather, to prepare the plan. So it had deep integrations of sustainability and resilience within it across all of the different chapters, and then had a dedicated chapter to sustainability. And then we also worked with the local RPC, who was able to tap into Mass in Motion grant funds, who we worked with to integrate public health. There was a deep public health chapter within the master plan, and then the public health assessment was attached as an appendix. And there was a separate but integrated public engagement process for that process as well, a separate survey that focused on healthy initiatives and how well people were living healthy, and what were the inhibitors to living healthy, and what were the issues from a chronic disease perspective, access to healthy food. So that was a robust plan that included many different elements that contributed and ultimately developed that plan itself. So one other element that I want to focus on Palmer, and we'll get to on this next slide actually, but is the robust public involvement that went into the Palmer Master Plan. So there was 7+ public meetings. All of them occurred during the COVID pandemic. They were hybrid events, but one thing that I wanted to focus on for this particular project is that they were hybrid events, even though being virtual. We had folks on the Zoom call, we had folks participating through Facebook Live, and we had moderators for the Facebook Live chat. We also had folks participating via the public access television channel, and we combined all of that because everybody was watching everything in real time. We used a real-time polling application and built it into our PowerPoint presentation, so everybody was able to participate in the same poll during the same meeting, sitting in various locations, viewing via different mediums. We were actually able to say, how are you viewing tonight's presentation? And we had, public access by Facebook and Zoom, and we can see, who was, participating and how. But on this particular slide, what I wanted to dive into is more of the technical experience and examples of that. In this matrix, you have typical, aside from the MetroWest community, criteria, typical components of a master plan that I want to highlight as part of our technical expertise, and that's compared and the applicability of those to Westboro, Northboro, and the Palmer master plans. So obviously Westboro and Northboro being a Metro West community, Westboro and Palmer, as I implied and alluded to before, has dedicated sustainability and resiliency components. And the same can be said for public health. Now, VHB is in a very good position to help you if you're interested in these topic areas because, one, I help to lead Massachusetts and the larger New England region, and I advise on the other regions within VHB's footprint on climate action. We develop climate action plans, so I just started the Portsmouth Climate Action Plan up in New Hampshire. We worked in Pinellas County, Florida, St. Petersburg, Florida, Albany in New York. We just won the Sleepy Hollow, New York Climate Action Plan that I'm advising on. So we're well versed in climate action and sustainability. So we're here to assist and to give you a deeper dive on that if desired. And then public health. We have public health specific planners within our staff. And those planners, along with our applied technologies group, have actually developed a tool called Healthy Mobility, and that enables us to take a deeper dive into our communities and say, okay, well, what are the public health issues, and how can we start to plan for that? And we use data from the CDC and others to, populate that tool and to provide us usable outputs. From a implementation standpoint, again, our plans are implementation focused. We create baseline analyses to understand the issues and opportunities. We create and craft objectives or actions based on what we observe and what is coming out of the community engagement process. We try to be as focused as possible because there's limited staff capacity and there's limited funding. And we don't want to give you a laundry list of strategies. We want to be able to give you something that is implementable, because a long list of strategies is not something that's going to be ultimately helpful. And people might get frustrated, people might get overwhelmed, and staff members might just put it down and say, I can't do all of this. I mean, that was a lesson learned that we had in Westboro. Not that we had too many strategies there, but we also helped them, Northboro and Westboro, in developing their implementation committees after the plan was completed. So we really do see ourselves as partners. But as we embarked upon the Westboro implementation plan, implementation committee, we realized that staff had some struggles with, well, how am I going to get this done? Where am I supposed to start? So we help them try to figure out, well, you have these priorities from the community. We have to marry them with your capacities. So let's be realistic. The master plan is a tool, is a roadmap, but there's some implementation that needs to follow. So lesson learned is to really build that into the master planning effort. And we do to some extent. When we develop implementation plans, we have robust internal engagement. So we do actually go to the staff and say, okay, well, here are the recommendations that the steering committee has approved and is putting forward as something to be adopted by the community. What do you think? Do you have capacity? Do you have funding? When can we reasonably put this in an implementation timeline? So our implementation plans are focused on developing that timeline, but it's also focused on teasing out the priority from the community and from the steering committee, and we define our actions with respect to implementation. Who's going to be responsible? How are we going to pay for it? What is the overall cost? What is the overall benefit? Working on the sustainability master plan in Hanover right now, Hanover, New Hampshire, not Massachusetts, but they've identified keys to inputs to the priority rating, right? So thinking about greenhouse gas emissions reduction, or thinking about contributions to their overall energy goals, what actions are going to get them there, and those are actually things that they want to prioritize as part of the process, because those are other goals that they've established as part of their municipal planning efforts. So we want to make sure that they're aligned. So that is a key component of the prioritization process as well. I won't go too much into the public engagement because Reagan and Luke have talked about that. But one thing that I do want to focus on is the Economic Development Forum that we did in Westboro and Palmer. Now, this is something that is really integral and we've found to be really beneficial to master plans, because in normal circumstances, the people that we bring together as part of these conversations are not going to speak to each other. So, and they might not even participate in a local planning effort. So prominent developers, small business owners, state agency representatives, business institutions, bringing them in the same room and having conversations about what the issues and opportunities are in Westboro and Palmer and Ashland, and then getting them together with the planners in the community as well, it really elucidates what how the plan can support economic development initiatives moving forward. And we've had a lot of success with that. One of the recommendations in both of the Westboro and Palmer master plans is to continue those conversations on a more routine basis. And with that, I'll end and open it up to questions.
There we go. Thank you very much. So we do have, quite a few questions that the project management team had put together. So I will start with, how will you help Ashland resolve divergent public views about elements of the comprehensive plan? And how much time/value of your proposal is dedicated to that task?
So my big belief when we do outreach, especially for, when not everyone's aligned right at the beginning, is to actually make the process very transparent and build trust very early on. I don't know that it's possible that everyone is going to get exactly what they want at the end of the process, but you do want to have a trustworthy process where if someone has a point of, if you have alignment on the goals, what do you want out of it? People might have different interpretations of the best way to go about that, and that's totally fair and expected, I think. If you are transparent about, we've heard this feedback, we listened to it, you share it back, you explain maybe why you didn't take that course. I think that is an honest, trustworthy process, that even if you can't come to a full agreement, you can agree on that. Okay. I don't know if you have anything to add.
Yes, sure. I'll say that that's in two answers. One is we have to rely somewhat on the results of the baseline analysis, because a lot of divergent views are, can be tied back to a misunderstanding of the original, issue or concern. So clearly stating what the issue and opportunity is in Ashland through, evidence that is grounded in reputable sources and not conjecture is going to be key to helping develop that consensus and that buy-in. Like, this is a concern in Ashland. This is why we're addressing it. Now, you may have differences of opinion on how you address it, but it gets teased out through the public involvement process. And at the end of the day, we have to point back to that vision statement that the entire community agreed upon. So hopefully, through that process, we can say, all right, well, this is how we defined the future for Ashland. These are the issues and opportunities that we're facing, and these are the options to move forward. And, at the end of the day, we may have multiple ways of addressing a particular topic, and they may be, in sync with each other, or they may contradict each other. But we also go out to the public to prioritize initiatives or objectives, and we, through that process, we identify, well, what does the majority of the community want to pursue? Option A or option B. So.
Okay, thank you. So talking a little bit more about transparency that Reagan had talked about, what do you see as the most effective process for streamlined communication that respects a transparent process? How can we make sure decision-making is documented and based on community will?
Sure. Yeah, I think, I mentioned the website. To us, the website is, an important tool. And the website becomes a catch-all for everything that we're working on. It presented in a sort of easily digested format to sort of chronicle everything. Transparency, as you mentioned, is where the legitimacy of the plan ultimately is based. So if you can point to a trail and say, here was our process, and this was how it went, each step of the way, then I think that's going to help to resolve some of that. I don't know. You guys have other thoughts?
I think I mentioned before the idea of collecting feedback and packaging it.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's really important. I feel in some public processes, you go to a meeting and people say things and then you don't know what happens to your comments after you've said it. I think it's really important to have good, strong mechanisms to capture feedback in a structured way, and that you can then share back. It's a dialogue with the community. That circling back is, I think, something that sometimes gets missed, where you say, and this is what we heard. This is what we heard at the last meeting, and this is how we're responding to it, or maybe we're not able to respond to it. But I think that's also part of the transparency.
Okay.
I'll also add that, and I won't take up too much time on this question, but a lot of the decision making is going to happen, and through the steering committee or the advisory committee, whatever form it ultimately takes. And there's processes for documenting the decision-making of the steering committee. And as Luke mentioned, we collect information, and as Reagan mentioned, we're transparent about, that documentation. And it all goes onto the website, and it all must be readily apparent, and it has to all be pointed back to this is why we made the decision. And when we take notes, we often like to take our own meeting notes, and we can share the meeting notes of the steering committee. It has to be posted anyway, based on Massachusetts law. So, we make sure that when a decision is being made, there's rationale for it, and we point to the community engagement process to support that decision-making and make sure that's an input into the decision-making process, because ultimately, the plan has to be accountable. The process has to be accountable, not just transparent, but accountable.
Great, thank you. What elements of a comprehensive plan are the most challenging, and how will your expertise be most helpful with these?
Yeah, well, housing jumps out in my mind as one that came to my mind earlier with your question about whether people disagree.
Mm-hmm.
Housing is often a source of tension for a lot of people. Certainly currently with the MBTA communities legislation that's come to the fore in many communities. And so in terms of how we deal with it, we do a lot, we work with housing a lot, and we do a lot of planning for housing. We're involved in some of the MBTA communities rezoning initiatives. So I think the more, experience we have, that just lends to our ability to do that and moderate that discussion. And again, I think when it comes to the ultimate goals and objectives expressed in the master plan, you want to have something that pushes the ball forward, but not, not with anything that's going to be too controversial that it's going to arise to questions about the transparency. Which isn't to say that it should be watered down. It absolutely shouldn't be, but I think it's just a question of communication. In your RFP, you laid out a structure for a very involved public engagement process. Down to the level of the different districts. Mm-hmm. I think that that's going to help with that process, which is we're going to be able to, at a very granular level, uncover public sentiment and really think about it analytically. And, how that gets negotiated at the end, we'll hopefully be an agent in that. So I think housing is probably the one that comes to mind for me. Was there anything else, any of the other elements for you guys?
I don't know. I'll say that I think they're all fun, but there's always a conflict between the land use element, economic development, and housing, and trying to figure out the balance between growth and enabling tax revenues to be stable or to grow with the needs of the community, while also maintaining community character. And that's always a point of contention in all of the master plans that I've ever worked on. And, sometimes it all boils down to, how you identify what development is, how you define it, what terms you use in your conversations with the community, because density is a very triggering word, it can be, but there's various levels of density. And, it's really something that needs to be, talked about and understood. So I'll say that. And, in Hanover, we also did a development solutions workshop where we kind of tried to dispel some of the issues around density and around development, but also define the connections between them and the importance of continued development while, how and in manners that can be conducive to maintaining that character. In Hanover, there was a very urban center, and then everything else was pretty rural, and you have a pretty urban center here, and the further you get out, I was, driving through what felt like trails. Houses, within trails, and it's a complete, different landscape. So, and you'll have community members participating in this from those areas and from, the downtown area as well, and they'll have different perspectives, and how you balance that is I think one of the more contentious. So not just one element, but the combination of the three.
Okay, thank you. How will you help us make sure that the final product is truly reflective of our community because we achieved widespread public involvement reflecting community demographics? How can you help us collect the demographic data of participants?
Do you mean as part of the public engagement process?
Mm-hmm. Well, we want to make sure that the final plan is truly reflective of the community. And so how would you help make sure that it does reflect?
Just real quick, I mean, I'll just say from an outreach perspective, we usually ask,
Okay.
you know, like when, you know, if it's what part of town or where you are, or when they come to a meeting, you know, you ask the question. If it's an online form, not everyone wants to share, and that's totally possible. I think Luke kept saying flexibility before. I think the key is to keep doing checks, like who's participating, who's not participating. Do we need to employ different strategies because there's a section of town geographically, or there's a demographic that we're not capturing, and then we tweak to adjust for that. Who aren't we hearing from? What do we have to do to involve those folks? But Luke and
So, to me, that's a great question, right? Which is, how do we ensure that the plan is reflecting the values of the community? And to me, that comes down to what's our philosophical approach to master planning and what's our role. And from my perspective, we do bring subject matter experts who know a lot about each of the different chapters of the master plan and who know where to find data and put together an analysis. But really, our role is as a facilitator, you know, because we understand the process, we understand what's required, and we understand the data that needs to feed into it. But as a facilitator, we're simply articulating what we hear from the community. You know, we educate in some cases, but really it's a process of facilitation. And Ashland's master plan, it has to be Ashland's master plan. We would never want to see it as a master plan that we concocted or came up with. So I think it's a really important question that you asked, and I don't know if you had anything.
Yeah, just to build upon Reagan's point and to exemplify it, in Westboro, they have a diverse population in Westboro. More so than many of its neighbors and many communities in Massachusetts. And we, at the onset of that, we sought really to make sure that we were capturing, the inputs and the feedback and the ideas of all of the various demographics. We did do some checks and balances along the way, and we identified the fact that, we weren't getting a lot of participation at some of the meetings because from folks that were living in multifamily unit housing. So we would do that check, at the beginning, we'd use the real-time polling software that I mentioned earlier and say, what kind of housing are you living in? How long have you lived in Westboro? Do you have families? Because that's another demographic, families versus people without kids. So we saw that we weren't getting a lot of participation from folks that were living in multifamily housing. And so we actually flyered or put flyers in the lobbies of all of those buildings, and the next public meeting we saw an uptick in that. But on Westboro as well, keeping on that, we created a community liaison matrix or spreadsheet where members of the steering committee, now this was a steering committee of 24, had identified all of the different community groups that the group felt represented underserved populations within the community, and took responsibility for, like this steering committee member said, I'm responsible for this group and this person. And they did that, and they made sure that whenever there was another public outreach that we were trying to do, information that we were trying to get out, we would tap into that network and say, okay, go out to your community liaisons, go out and make sure that you're talking with these folks to get them engaged in the public planning process.
Okay, great. Thank you. I know you talked extensively about your website, and is this? I assume this is on your. It's your company's website, or it's a third party, and would Ashland have access to the data after the project is complete, I guess is the question too.
Well, it is on VHB servers.
Okay.
And we can maintain that website for as long. I think I get periodic emails from my web developer within VHB. He exists as a VHB employee saying, do we want to renew this? And it's like $5 or something to renew the domain name. Otherwise, there's no continued cost to maintain it. I think the Palmer Public website is still up and running. Okay. As for the data, it depends on how we develop that website and how robust that website is. So we've developed websites that are robust story maps, right? So more graphical, more information sharing, more GIS focused. We've developed websites like the one in Palmer and Pembroke that are more information sharing, but and serve as document repositories for that transparency component that we were talking about before. And there's a submission form too that, you know, it's a basic submission form that is really is a form that just generates an email that goes to, you know, chairman of the, you know, planning board and, you know, members of VHB to make sure that we're both receiving the same, you know, community engagement. But and the rest of the team may have some different ways of going about developing that website. But we could also do a more robust website that includes an active participation feedback form. Like in Westboro, we did the tiles for ideas where people were able to post things and they could upvote it, downvote it, comment on it, so we can get an understanding of how people really feel about an idea, as opposed to, you know, one person saying it in a community meeting and it being, considered at the same level as another, idea that was generated and spoken about multiple times. Oftentimes that happens when you combine different meeting summaries. But that website was also serving to have embedded surveys, and it was also a storytelling website where people can tell how they felt about COVID and how they thought the Westboro would be changed forever by the pandemic. So it depends on how we structure it, but at the end of the day, it's very little cost to continue the website, and whatever data is generated, whether it's data generated by the project team and posted, or it's feedback that's, directly embedded within the platform itself, it all goes back to you.
Okay, great, thank you. So as you can imagine, we don't want the comprehensive plan that we're creating to sit on a shelf. You had talked a little bit about an implementation focus, but what role do you play in a successful implementation process, and how have you approached such a role in other communities?
Want to speak about Westboro implementation?
Sure. Yeah. So I think I covered what I would like to cover in terms of the implementation plan. We create plans that are ongoing resources and not one-time reference documents. That's not our goal. And quite frankly, I'm not. It's like an old adage at this point, right? So I hesitate to even say that we don't want a book on the shelf, right? Mm-hmm. Master plans, I think we're, at least from my perspective, our plans are beyond that. We want a plan that staff department heads are going to pick up in the decision making, point to the vision statement, point to the goals, and say, okay, I have a decision to make. This is what the community wants, and it should not be something on their shelf. It should be something that is in their daily, rotate. They pick it up. It's on their desktop, right? Ideally, but from an implementation plan, like I said earlier, we really focus on engaging the staff members and the committees too, because we've had master plans where we've had the steering committees members go to the committee meetings and say, here's the master plan, here's the vision, what is your feedback on it? Broadening the awareness, making sure that it's not a plan that's developed by the planning department, by the planning board, kept within the planning board, building awareness of the document across the municipality. I think that's the first part. The second part is developing the plan so that it's usable. People want to pick it up and say, okay, well, I'm responsible for this action. Well, how am I supposed to get going? We have all of those implementation criteria, the time frame, the priority setting. In some cases, for plans, we go steps further and say, okay, well, here's your priority plans. Here's your priority strategies or actions or objectives, whatever we would like to call it. And it does vary from plan to plan. It does vary by steering committee to steering committee. But for the priority actions, we can go further and say, here's the implementation steps. And we're doing that for the South Burlington, Vermont Climate Action Plan now, taking their high impact actions and really doing a deeper dive. Here's step 1, here's step 2, here's step 3, contact this, contact that, this group, that group, and here's the funding sources that you would want to utilize. Here's implementation considerations, here's equity considerations, and here's innovation considerations. So, if that's something that we can feasibly build into, the scope of work, and this is something that you would want, we could take a deeper dive into that to really make it usable so it's not sitting on the shelf. And then for Northborough and Westborough, as I mentioned, we helped plan there. I worked with Kathy Jubert and Jim Robbins, who are both now retired, in developing their implementation committee. So we worked with the planning board and said, this is how implementation committees typically work. This is how they're typically, what the membership usually consists of. You could have it all as like a resident, or you could have it, integrated into municipal departments. So we helped them with that, and we participated in their first few meetings to get them going. And we gave them the tools, the implementation matrix in an Excel, based platform, built it out so that they can continually use that tool as an implementation tool to go and facilitate implementation with the staff departments and the other responsible entities.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, and Donnie quickly mentioned that part of that is looking at funding sources. That's an important step, I think, for the implementation planning, and something that we do a lot of. Company-wide, we help clients get access to funds. We write grant applications for public sector clients, private sector clients. So we have a really good understanding of the landscape of grant funding, which is always, of course, evolving. But state grants and federal grants are obviously an incredibly important part of implementation. So for us, putting together the implementation matrix definitely involves, for each and every objective that is something that would need to be paid for, we'll put thought and provide you with some insight into the most fruitful avenues for getting those steps funded.
Okay, thank you. So I know we kind of talked a little bit about the steering committee, but I just wanted to kind of give you an idea of what the steering committee is and who the membership is. So our steering committee is actually 29 members. We have a big steering committee. And the reason we have a big steering committee is we wanted a very diverse group of people representing a broad range of groups and committees in Ashland. So we have the 6 of us that I had mentioned here, plus members of boards and committees throughout Ashland. Plus we have 1 member from each of 6 voting precincts. So we had wanted to make sure we had representation from every area of Ashland and made sure that those were members that didn't have an affiliation with a certain board or committee. And we also have a high school student that's sitting on our steering committee as well. So we have a big group. I know you had mentioned Westboro had a committee of 24. What would be your approach to working with a steering committee of 29 members? And what recommendations do you have to, sort of for efficiency and process?
Throughout my career, there's always been the question of what's the ideal number for a steering committee? 29 has never come up.
Somehow I'm not surprised at all.
But, we have these conversations internally on how many is too many. And I don't know, maybe Luke, you were in the room the last time this happened, but I was like, I'm not too worried about a big steering committee, as long as we agree to a good format and structure and how, those committee members are going to interact with the consultant, interact with the community. For Westboro, it was, 20 plus people that were engaged. They represented staff departments, which was always a good thing because, again, you need that in reach. You need to have that understanding of those folks need to, have an understanding of what they're going to be responsible for and do a bit of a grounding of the plan too, because sometimes, the community can be enthusiastic about the future, but there needs to be some sort of limitations placed based on, again, capacities, and where, there are limitations and there are priorities, they can get phased out later on, but that's beside the point. For Westboro, we had a large steering committee, and what we ended up doing is breaking them up. So we gave them, we broke it up into subgroups, and for each subgroup was responsible for their own chapter of the master plan. And this worked very well because we would come together, we'd have, sessions that were, based on VHB's presentation to the group. We had sessions that were based on, the subgroups working. So it was working sessions during some of these meetings, and they would report back to the rest of the larger committee, and then they would debate it as a larger group and say this is the subgroup's recommendations. We've reviewed the chapter or reviewed the community feedback. We have these ideas that we want to put forward. These are the things that we think that we need to focus on. Looking at the vision plan, they looked at it from their own perspective and say, do we adequately, address the community's concern regarding land use, sustainability, public health. So the subgroup framework really, really worked well, and it was manageable. And I would recommend that for the Ashland steering committee as well. And we too had a high school student on the steering committee, and that student took the initiative to do a high school survey, and that high school survey was brought back to the consultant team as part of the engagement summary, and we distilled it and brought it into the overall recommendations, and a lot of it was very insightful, and they had their own perspectives because younger generations are more concerned about things like climate change, and that's been shown to be true through the Westboro Master Plan. So I applaud you for having the high school student in there. But going back, subgroups I think is the easiest way of going about it, and having those steering committee meetings be working meetings, and also just enabling those subgroups to get together. One of the lessons learned, though, and I will add, and I'm being a little bit long here, but you might find this useful, is that the subgroups did have some difficulty getting together, and there was some question about open meeting law and whether or not several subgroups can get together, and they took the more conservative approach, and that's why we had the working sessions, was because we got together as a committee, subgroups worked together, as opposed to the only emailing they did was coordinating on how to document transfer and things of that nature, and that we're going to meet at this particular time. But we got around the open meeting law by having the working sessions there, so we did, just so you know.
Okay. Great, thank you. So as you may have an idea, when we started with the steering committee, we had asked everyone that signed on to the steering committee to be able to commit to the third Thursday of every month as sort of a meeting date, because we thought it was important to have a set time and date for meeting, or else it would be impossible to get 29 schedules together. Would you be able to commit to be available for a third Thursday of every month in the evening as a time frame?
I believe so, but
Okay.
it would be a matter of, if we're selected, sitting down and going through the scope. The budget that you set aside is, a decent budget for a master plan. But having said that, there's also a lot of items requested in the scope, including, one thing that comes to mind is the build-out analysis. That's a relatively robust process. And then the public meetings. So we think they're all great ideas and things that will make for a strong process. So I think the honest answer is we'll sit down with you and go through that, and we'll find what works best for the budget relative to what we can offer. But something like a monthly meeting in person doesn't seem like something to me that wouldn't be possible.
Okay.
But I just had to qualify
Yep.
that. I didn't want to just say absolutely,
Okay.
because there's a lot going on in the master plan. We want to work with you to give you as most value as we can.
Sure,
Yeah.
great, thank you.
And by doing that up front, I'll say that you also saved a lot of the first meeting time, because a lot of the first meeting is coordinating schedules. So I applaud you for that too.
Trust me, we've figured out other ways to take up our time, so. So thank you for that. I know we had talked a little bit, Reagan had given us some information about the community outreach plan. How do you talked about like sort of the virtual, in-person, pop-up events, digital presence. How do you develop the community outreach plan? Like how is that created?
So I'll start and say the RFP had some very specific information, which, I think through a conversation we can decide if we want to go with that exactly as is or if we want to tweak it. I worry a lot about meeting fatigue. I want people to be able to participate, and people are really busy and I don't go to community meetings in my own neighborhood sometimes. So we want to make sure that every time we have a meeting that it is focused and we know why we're having it, and this is the feedback, and this is why we're having it. I think that's really super critical. I think I mentioned at the beginning of my remarks is the joining of the technical team and the outreach team. And I think really asking a question about why are we having this meeting? What's the best format to get the feedback that we're looking for? And how can it be used in the report and the plan that we're developing? I think that's the mapping that I like to do when we have this meeting, or what are the key points? Where do we need the outreach? What kind of outreach do we need? You know, an open house works really, really well at the beginning of the process because we're educating people and like, this is what it is. We're getting feedback on existing conditions that people are experiencing in their real lives. That might not work later in the process where we might have to do a more presentation heavy meeting about recommendations, right? So I think all of those things, that's what influences format. And then your community, your own experiences, you know, do you find now that you're moving to in-person, people are coming back or people choose to participate remotely? Are there certain demographics that we can reach better if we do something virtually versus a pop-up, for example? So it's a wide-ranging, it's a deep dive discussion, really. I know 29 can be unwieldy, but I'm actually looking forward to that because I think then you get a wide variety of opinions and what do we really want to do and how do we want to structure that? Okay. I mean, you all might have different opinions too.
The only thing that I'll add is that, you know, we, as Reagan mentioned earlier in the presentation, we want to go where where the public is going, right? So we have to have a conversation, and 29 members representing various committees is a really good start to say, okay, well, what events do you have? What are the community groups? What are the social media groups? Westboro Moms was something that was very, very prevalent that we tapped into in the community of Westboro, and we wouldn't have known about that because, well, for a variety of different reasons, but unless it was brought up and we had those conversations with the steering committee at the start of the meeting, at the start of the project. So we have to understand, you know, what events are being held in Ashland, what are popular, what is the driving, social gathering mechanisms, and how can we tap into that? And I also mentioned the community liaison, and that might be a good option for you, for steering committee of 29. That might be helpful to understand what the community groups are, and it doesn't hurt to start targeting and identifying your demographic targets early on, so that you could do that mapping exercise. Okay, well, this group typically attends these meetings, or this group tends to, congregate at this particular church, or, things of that nature, just to get a good understanding. But then, the community outreach plan will also have roles and responsibilities. The consultant team will have responsibilities. The steering committee will have responsibilities. Administration and support staff at the town will have some responsibilities. There'll be postings that need to be made. So we try to lay that out in the community outreach plan as well, just to give everybody a baseline of what we're going to be doing, so nobody's confused as to how we're reaching the community. And again, it's flexible.
Okay. I know we're running a little short on time, so we have a couple, just two more questions. Your proposal on page 28 notes a 10-year plan period. We envision an initial planning for 15 to 20 years. How does that affect your proposal if Ashland does not wish to alter our projected timeframe?
100% okay.
Okay.
That's all good. No problem.
All right, that's
I
an
don't know
easy.
if you had any more nuance than that.
We can just say 100% okay, and that's all right.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, the only reason why we put 10 years is because everything is changing at a more rapid pace
that's
than it
for
used
sure.
to. So, we used to say 10 to 15 years, and now we just say 10 years because there's just too many technologies, too many emerging issues that if something were just, be in existence and be referred to over that 10 to 15 year period, you might have some outdated objectives.
Okay.
But even if you have a 10 to 15 year time period, recommendations of continuous, checking in and updating that, that would be a recommendation. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. And then our last question that we have, that we had put together was, we feel the strength of engineering from VHB, from your proposal response. How can you convince us that it's going to be very planning focused? And I know you kind of talked about it a little bit, but I know that engineering is sort of, you had said at the beginning that it's your core. So if you can just talk to that just a little bit.
Yeah, Rob might have some thoughts too. Engineering is absolutely an incredible strength at VHB. Something that we're very proud of, and something that's really fundamental to who we are and our approach to our advisory services. But having said that, we have a very robust planning practice at VHB. So I lead a team of 5 planners, and we do land use planning, zoning, housing, economic development, physical site planning, programming, market analysis. We have a landscape architecture team, which is 7 or 8 folks in Watertown and growing, with obviously a very heavy focus on design and design thinking that we tap into on a regular basis. Donnie is part of a team of 35 or 40 environmental planners at VHB who focus on nothing but sustainability, resiliency, energy, and we do a lot of great planning work that we're proud of. So, but to us, being able to be under the same roof as our engineer colleagues really is a strength. It doesn't take away from our ability to advise as planners. It strengthens it. I think it gives us a sense of realism, for one. And I've learned so much working with the engineers at VHB. I don't know if you had any other thoughts.
Glad to be stepping up to the microphone. So VHB was founded as a transportation engineering firm, but it quickly morphed into a transportation planning firm in its early days in the 90s. And since then, we've added a whole bunch of different services. And I think what you heard today and tonight is we've left a wake of really satisfied communities that we've done master plans, comprehensive plans for. And I guess I would challenge you to reach out to them and ask how we overcame that. The strength is engineering and design, but that, we've coined a term internally, plangineers, where we're really thinking planning, first, and then working with communities like yourselves to get to the right answer, and then to the detailed answer. And that's what we do. That's what we do now. We've changed our focus from that engineering world to a plangineer focus, where we're really doing that work. So MassDOT, communities that we just talked about today are satisfied with us in the planning world and all the work that we've been doing. So I hope I would challenge you, like I said, to reach out to your colleagues in other communities and ask them, what their opinion is.
Okay.
So thank you.
Great. I know that's the last of our planned questions. I know we're running kind of short on time, but does anyone have any questions for any of the folks from VHB? Are we good?
Good.
Okay.
Those are my questions.
All right. Thank you very much. We appreciate all of you coming here tonight and all your insights. So thank you.
Appreciate it. No, thank you very much for the time and the opportunity to present. This has been great, and we really do appreciate your input.
Thank you very
So
much.
thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
All right, so thank you, Brandy, for that guidance through that process. Very good. Thank you. And yeah.
Thank you all so much.
Thank you all, and thank you to the project management team for all your work. And I see Yolanda's there, and Anna had to leave for a meeting for another event. But we can hear her input when we get to that stage. But I just wanted to just kind of discuss. Yeah, sure. I just kind of wanted to discuss our process, I think, and people correct me if I'm wrong, and maybe Michael, you can add in a little bit. I think we're going to have a discussion here and take a vote of preference, a qualitative vote, is my understanding. So, Michael, if you just want to maybe talk about that a little bit in terms of the process, and members of the project management team, if you have anything to add about that.
Sure. So from a procurement standpoint, what this group would do is make an initial decision on who you prefer based on the qualitative proposals. Once that happens, when Jen gets back next week, we can open the price proposals and review the different pricing structures and what they provided. And from that, we would reconvene and have another discussion and see, given the price proposals, if everybody is still in line with with the initial recommendation or the initial pick.
Okay, yeah, go ahead.
I have a question
Oh, I
about
was
that.
gonna-
Did we, is it gonna be the project management group at that point with Jen, or we are gonna try to get two boards together again?
Well, I think it's up, really, I would defer to the boards. I mean, if you feel comfortable with the project management team doing that, I think that's totally fine, but.
I mean, that was my question too. I think when we had initially talked about it, I thought it was really the project management, like we were gonna get the input here, and then open up the bids, and then it was really the project management team that was kind of tasked with that. Is that
I
your
mean,
understanding?
that was my understanding,
Yeah.
but that's why I asked. I don't necessarily think it would be bad, but I think in interest of time, too, that was one of the reasons for the project management team, well represented of the select board, planning board, and staff. I also think, I mean, we've spent time working together. I think everyone on there is pretty rational. We've given, planning board has asked for feedback. We give it regularly. I know the select board, so I think if something between Jen, staff, and the rest of the people, if something was really bad, we would put the brakes and come back to. That's what I would imagine would happen. I can't control that, but that's what I would imagine, so I think we could handle it.
Okay.
I'm I see Yolanda has her hand up. Yolanda, can you unmute yourself and?
Yeah, so that's my understanding, is that we were going to take the vote here between the two boards and then open the pricing. And then the final decision would be the steering committee, because I think, to Kate's point, to try and get this group back together again after how long it took us to do this, as well as with the two companies, I think we take a vote here, see what people say, and then open the pricing, and then let the steering committee finish the process.
So I have a clarification. I don't think you mean steering committee. I think you mean project
I'm
management
sorry, project,
team.
yes, thank you. Project management team. Thank you. Sorry about that.
Anyone else? Tricia, did you have something to add?
No, I was just going to say that maybe I assume before we vote, we're going to have a little bit of discussion.
Yes, we're going to discuss. Yes, I just want to make sure. Right.
All those in favor?
I just wanted to make sure we
But-
understood the process.
Yeah, I just thought that might vary depending on how split the vote is. Like if it's overwhelmingly one way or another, it might be easier in steering committee
Right.
versus if it's 50-50, but I don't, I'm
Right.
not saying it needs to come back to a bigger group. I'm just adding that in as a comment.
All right, so we'll have a discussion, and at the end, we'll take, I guess we'll call it a preference vote for the project management team to then consider when they open the price proposals. And we did get an email from Anna. Did you read that? Do you want to read her input before we start the rest of the discussion?
I saw the text. I have not
Oh, I
opened
think
the
I have it
email
here.
yet.
Do I have it? I can read it if you like.
I was going to say, it's not coming
sure.
up in my email right now, so if you could.
So this is Anna just requesting the chairs kindly accept the following as my input to the group for tonight's deliberation. She heard the presentations but had to leave at 7:45. Here's her input. I found the first consultant to be focused on public engagement in a consistent manner without the need to outsource the work. I was impressed with how that consultant wanted the public to drive the vision and understood the importance of making this a public process. The presentation truly focused on public engagement from the start. I believe this is the best choice for our community. So that's Anna's input. Okay, so I'll just open it up to other thoughts or input. Do we want any particular order? People raise their hands. Just go ahead.
Yeah, I'll just go ahead. I think I think I really understand what Anna was saying there about. I mean, I think both groups had, in my very limited knowledge of planning teams and comprehensive planning, but they seem to have their own strength. I think the strength was the first group was, I think, the community engagement. In a sense, kind of the enthusiasm, I think, of wanting to be a part of that engagement. I could really see them, especially, I already don't remember her name, Jen, as a leader in that process, and about residents being very, maybe trusting of that kind of voice and that kind of language, I guess. That someone who seemed very warm, down to earth, engage, almost as a member of the community. I think the strength of the second group was really, and I think this came across in their presentation, was really about almost, we're going to guarantee you results, right? And which is, in a way, kind of an engineering thing, right? Like, design is a little fluffy, sometimes. We have a foot in the art world and a foot in the engineering world, but engineering is about getting to a real answer that's usable. And granted, Ashland needs those answers. We can't just rely on fluff for the next, 10 to 20 years. But I think balancing out, for me, looking at both of those, I think I was drawn more toward the first team.
Which would be Goldson, to be clarified, right?
Yes. Yeah, I guess that's just the bottom line.
Okay. Other comment? Yeah, Claudia, go ahead.
I would definitely agree in terms of, the first team definitely had that edge, I felt, in terms of engagement. A couple of things that really attracted me to the second group was, was the very goal-oriented or kind of guaranteeing that. And the other piece was really some of their discussion, and you saw it in their, at least their Westboro proposal, which I think was in here as well, was the grants and helping you find funding. That's pretty attractive, right?
VHB.
I wish that I wish that, we had asked something similar. I didn't think of it personally, of the first team.
I thought they did mention grants. Did I?
I didn't see any.
No.
In their discussion, okay, so maybe I'm, yeah. Okay.
But I definitely, I liked, I think as a community, I always feel as though everybody is talking about engagement. So I think that's a really important thing to be hearing from a group. It was also kind of nice that it was a little more compact, right? There are lots of different fingers in the VHB. I think I could be persuaded either way, listening to what all of you say, but, again, I did find the idea of helping us find some funding for some of these things to be very attractive.
Interesting.
I can go next. And I think, I don't know if I'm going to add anything new to what you both said. The first team, I thought, just even their proposal was very personalized to what Ashland was and is. And I think it was a very focused presentation. They had done their homework about Ashland's history, and the proposal kind of was built based on that history. And I felt like they got it right away when they probably saw the RFP, because it was very focused presentation. There was a lot of customization, I think, that we may get from the first team, the Goldson team. I think there was a lot of, VHP, on the other hand, is a very large firm. Their proposal itself, you could see there are a lot of boilerplate items in that, which is common that you do in this industry, right? So a lot of these tools that we may get may be something that's out of the toolkit, and something that they've used in other communities, and which may get tweaked a little to Ashland, but it may not be what Ashland needs, and work backwards. So I felt like, yes, they're going to have a lot of resources that we may be able to tap into, but the personalization that I feel like, from being on the planning board for the last few years, the personalization that Ashland needs, it feels like the first team is what's going to get us there. And I strongly feel about that one-to-one connection that we are all longing for in Ashland. You're going to get that a lot more from the first team.
Go ahead, Joe. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't know if you folks felt the same way, but in listening to both proposals tonight, I thought the first group, Goldson, had a better proposal when it came to the outreach programs that they were going to initiate to get to our community and get to the citizens. They were very fact-specific as to how they were going to do it, where VHB really didn't, like you said, boilerplate type of a process as to what they were going to do, and they didn't get into somewhat of a detail. I think Goldson definitely went into a customized, more personal proposal for us as a whole, for you folks as a whole. I won't be part of that process. You guys are going to be working with them. And I hope you felt the same way that I felt, seeing that they were really into what they wanted to do. Plus the fact, ethnicity-wise, I think they were more far-reaching than VHB in many ways. So Ashland is becoming more diverse every day, and not to be able to reach those groups of individuals that don't know what Ashland's all about, this will help them. And I felt that was a big strong point for Goldson. Originally, when I read both proposals yesterday and went over again today, I was leaning towards VHB. I really was. And then listening to what they had to say tonight, while in person, it was, again, boilerplate. And we're not going to spend that type of money for, paste, cut and paste type of proposal. I thought, Goldson came on and they really customized this program and their proposal to meet the Ashland needs. That's what I felt anyway. So it changed my mind completely. I would lean towards Goldson on that. So,
thanks,
thank
Joe.
you.
I pretty much concur. Well, I would say concur with Goldson. I think one of the things that was actually most disappointing about VHB is that they still yet have to map their community engagement to what they want to do. And I was like, okay, well, that is not going to get us what we want, I don't think. We've said we need to reflect the community. We have to work on that. We also, a byproduct that they actually propose is we're going to improve our community engagement. I think we will. It's kind of one of the reasons I'm a cheerleader and in on this. And one of the things that no one's mentioned that I really, really liked is that they're taking a balance. Like, we want specifics and strategy, and we all want those maybe small wins that we're too busy doing other things we never even thought to do, but they're going to help us write them down. But then they're also doing those reach things or future, and they had no problem with that. And that, I thought, was, so that I think a little bit addresses your point about strategy. Like, they're not calling objectives, they're saying strategies, and they're starting from the big picture, honing that down. And I didn't get that out of their proposal, because I mean, that's why they're here, but I was very impressed with that as well.
Goldson.
Yeah.
Okay. Other thoughts, or Randy?
So I won't, I agree. I think Goldson did a really great job. I love the meeting in a box idea. I just love the idea of making sure that we are touching everyone in Ashland that we can, because I didn't get that feeling from VHB. And the other thing about VHB that kind of, it slightly rubbed me the wrong way. I know that they were trying to draw parallels with Westboro, but to me, it's like, well, this isn't Westboro. And so we have to, I understand what they did in Westboro and why certain things might have been successful, but to me, it felt like they were saying, oh, well, Westboro had this and Westboro had that. And I kind of want something more custom. Yeah. And I feel, like Deepa said, I think that Goldson will resonate better with the residents. I think there will be more participation, because it's not just saying, okay, we're going to do a survey, let's see who's going to come and participate, but they're really engaged in making it happen. And I feel like they're also going to be a better partner to the steering committee, which I think is key. So that's my opinion.
They were also willing to share their website back with you folks.
No, well, VHB was better, I thought, about the website.
Yeah.
They were pretty matter-of-fact about it. Yeah, you guys can have it, we'll keep maintaining it. So that was, Yolanda, anything you want to add or say?
Yeah, so it's interesting, because when we did the initial review for these companies, for me, and I think I was the only one, VHB stood out for me as the company that I thought would be better to work for than Goldstein. And a couple things for me is, Michael, you brought this up, how some of the answers from Goldstein were just more abstract. And I felt like VHB was a little bit more specific about certain things. My concern about Goldstein is the size, right? Our main person might not be available for us until September and October. And I know that we've talked that there's work that we can be doing as a committee until then, but we have a very specific timeline as to when we want to get this done. So for me, working with Goldstein, I have a little bit of a concern about that. I think their community engagement, and as you said, Brandy, they're meeting in a box. I think those are great things. But for me, when VHB was talking about Westboro, it was not that this is what they did in Westboro and we're going to do that here, but these are the possibilities of what they could do and how they reached out to the broad demographics of a community. And we have some broad demographics. I think that was just them giving us specific examples of how they did something, not necessarily, okay, we're going to treat you like Westboro. It's like when you ask somebody, give me an example of how you've solved this problem. They were using Westboro to show us this is how we've solved some of those problems. And same with Claudia. I think the idea of being able to help us with potential grants in the future. I'm always someone who, even though Michael yells at me, I'm like, if there's a grant that we can get to help us do something, granted, sometimes it's not worth the time and the effort, but still, I think, someone who can help us with that. And VHB, some of the work that they cited were projects that I'm familiar with from having seen it through MAPC or Mass DOT or things like that. So for me, it would be VHB, but I would not be unhappy with Goldstein. And the other thing for me is it's going to be pricing as well.
Okay, Michael, did you have some?
Yeah, I just, and I don't have a vote in this section, but just a couple of things that might help with your decision. I thought Goldstein offered a couple of strong points. Number one, I thought they had a proposal that would best leverage the strengths of the steering committee and realize the strengths of their professional background. Because we said in the steering committee the other night, like, we're the experts in Ashland. We know the people that we need to get out to. And so that meeting in the box idea was really a good idea. And they're the experts in planning, and they're able to provide, the strategies and the best practices. I also think they had a little bit more powerful presence, which I think is an important thing when you have a 29-member steering committee. The one thing I had reservations with, and it was very clear throughout their presentations, is, I feel like VHB will come up with a much more realistic implementation plan. And I see Goldstein they'll probably provide us with a plan that's more ambitious and inspiring and less on the realistic implementation side. That doesn't mean that they'll provide something that's totally unimplementable. Whereas VHB probably would give you a less ambitious and inspiring plan, but the nuts and bolts might be more realistic. Again, that doesn't mean that they can't be more ambitious and inspiring. It just, those seem to be their natural strengths. So those were my thoughts.
Okay, thank you. Peter?
I'm happy to speak, but obviously we have somebody in the audience. I don't know if it's correct to open it up for public comment. I know there's Solomons on that.
Sure. Well, I think we have a moment or two for Roberta. Do you want to say anything, Roberta? Or yeah, you have to come up to the podium. Well, that's true too. That's a good point.
I think the major drawback with Goldstein, I agree with what everyone already said about their strong points. I think the major drawback, and it's not major, it's the only drawback, was their potential start date. But I don't think it's kills the deal at all in my mind. Also, VHB, when you asked about one of the questions, they said, well, we would have to go back to the budget and to the scope and see if we can fit it in. They're not going to write grants for us for no cost. It's not, unless it's already in the scope of work and they bid on that, they're going to charge you, so it's not going to be a free deal. So I just didn't want you to get carried away with thinking that that's something that they were going to do for you.
Yeah, that's not entirely accurate. Usually the way it works is they'll write the grant for you with the understanding that you'll give them the work if you're awarded the grant. Yeah.
But it, you know.
But no, you're right. They're not going to have
yeah.
like a list of 20 grants and
Right,
say,
they're
hey,
not-
we're going to do this.
So I think that's, and I thought that Goldson has some great ideas for community engagement and really the enthusiasm that somebody else said, and also sort of walking the walk. I think VHB talked about engagement, and I was disappointed that the woman whose sole focus is engagement couldn't have upped her game a little and been more inspiring to everybody. And thank you for the chance to say
Yeah,
something.
thanks, Roberta. Peter, do you want to say anything?
I do.
Go ahead.
I think both firms are very professional, number one. I think I was impressed with both. I've never worked with either of them during the two master plans I've completed. I've worked with MAPC. I think the thing that I took away is, number one, they can both do the work. Number two, I think following up, we haven't had a master plan done since 2003 that's been voted on, accepted by the town. We went through a situation in 2015 where you almost got 90% even further along with a master plan. And I don't think, and I know, Michael, you've worked on a strategic plan, right? But I think there's a missing link, right? And I think that the community may feel that there's still a missing link. And I think Goldstein will provide that link, that outreach, that public engagement, so we can get folks in Ashland feeling confident in a master plan, in a comprehensive plan. I still call it master plan, so I'm with the planners. And so I think that's the situation. I do agree. I do not worry about the situation with their staff. I think they're professional. They've staffed up. I think we are going to have to roll with some punches regarding scheduling. And guess what? It happens during every master plan. There's going to be months that don't work. There's going to be days that don't work. It is not, there's no meeting set in stone, right? And so for us, in this point, I think goes against, maybe a little bit what Yolanda was worried about, is that if we can't start until September, or Jen can't be there, she's going to send somebody else. I think that's not a punch you're just going to roll with. And once you're at the completion line, and you're getting through the process, you're going to look back and say, what's 1 month? Because there's going to be glitches, there's going to be hang-ups, there's going to be situations during this 18 to 24-month road process that 30 days is 30 days. It's nothing. It's like we talk about in the planning board, like, okay, it's got 2 weeks. Okay, well, 2 weeks, well, I'll see you in a month. Okay, no big deal. You know what I mean? So it's kind of one of those things, like you just shrug your shoulders and say, we'll take care of it. And there's no harm, there's no foul. And so I do believe that Goldson could really take the ball and run with it and provide Ashland what it needs. But also speaking for VHB, I think VHB was professional. They could do the job. I think one of their main strengths was the engineering and the strategic planning regarding the next steps implementation plan. All master plans are going to have that. And after the plan's completed, they're going to go. Their consultants are going to go away, right? And that's something that everyone has. That's a pill everyone has to swallow, right? And once that final invoice is paid, if we need more advice or we need to go back to follow up on something, there's going to be another invoice, right? And that's something that I've done 2 master plans with MAPC. MAPC is a quasi-public entity, right? They're in the state budget, right? And that's one of the pros, I would say. That is, I think, one of the biggest pros to going with the MAPC is that they're there. They're an entity that you can go back to and say, hey, I got this idea, I need to follow up. Okay, what about this grant funding, right? But I think that ship has sailed, right? And so to say, what the follow-up is with these consultants, I think that ship has sailed. And they're gonna finish the plan, they're gonna do the job, and any follow-up is going to be an invoice. But I think to circle back, I think Goldstein will provide Ashland with the best product that we need at this time.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
Would it be possible to ask Goldson if they would be willing to help with grant research? Or is that something that should have been in the
I'm sure
RFP,
that's
or-
something that I'm sure they're happy to implement and or add on.
Yeah.
You know, I think, to tell you the truth,
If
Joe,
it's necessary, you know.
I think it's necessary. I think right now we're so far at the beginning that we're jumping forward to the end, right? That's something you worry about at the end. Like, I think there's so much work that has to take place. And to tell you the truth, from my opinion, I'm going to be honest with everybody, is that if there's something that we need to look at to say, you know, what can be built into the master plan now that it's pressing need, that's MBTA zoning, right? We're going through this vast public outreach with a consultant. That's something that should say, okay, that's going to be a pressing need, not this, what grants are going to be available in 2 to 5 years that we can maybe apply for.
Yeah.
I mean, I think if, to your point, if you know, my assumption is the comprehensive plan will not do
It will
that
not.
because it's a short-term thing.
Yeah, 100%.
So we're gonna be doing it anyway. So
We're going to be
anyway.
doing it anyway.
Yeah.
But there's a relationship that we will have, I will have, and our
Yeah.
team will have with the consultants as we go through the process on parallel tracks. But I think, you know, to say, hey, what about this? 2 years from even completing this master plan, I think we're putting the carpet for the horse on that one.
All right. Any other, I guess my own impression is that I actually was probably more favorable to VHB than a lot of other folks. I thought they were both strong. I think VHB would be more kind of workman, you know, let's get it done I think, which is, we all agree, but I'm happy with either one of them, and I certainly understand the Golson, you know, preference, and so seems it's, you know, so I think this has been a good process, and I guess we'll do a preference vote. I think we're all, are we ready to vote then? Anybody? So I guess I'll just, I'll ask it this way, and just to clarify, it's just the committee members, not the professional staff.
we're not.
Okay. So I will just ask you folks who prefers Golson, at least for this kind of preference, this initial qualitative. All right, so I count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And Yolanda, I think Yolanda's not voting for them, right? So, and I will abstain.
Anna technically didn't.
Yeah, she can't vote, she's not here, but that was her input, yeah. So that's, I kind of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, so I'll just say that's clearly a preference for Golson at this point. Okay, so I don't know if we need a formal.
No, I think
All right,
that's.
so thank you all.
So when
That's
will
great.
you be opening up the bids?
When Jen gets back on Monday.
On Monday?
Yeah.
Okay.
And that's, yeah, and so this isn't technically the end of the process, it goes back, and you guys have to look at the pricing, which who knows what that'll do, and maybe that'll change the outcome, so,
That's a good point. That could
yeah.
We'll see.
Scope of services that I would really pay attention between the two, just make sure, like some of the things that they mentioned, VHB mentioned.
Hey.
The ad services is where a lot of things get moved to, so I think it's really
Yep.
important to compare the bids to make sure you have apples to apples.
Apples to apples, for sure.
Made a point that I saw, that I highlighted and I starred. They were heavily involved in workforce housing, which is something that Ashland is looking at, because we call it affordable housing. It's now workforce housing, but it's the same thing, so having that background would be very helpful for the community as a whole, and for the Affordable Housing Trust. So I'm being a little greedy that way, so. Where it is.
Okay. So thank you, I think that's.
So you are
That
done with
ends
us?
this part of it, are you ready?
We get to go
adjourn?
home?
Yes.
Great to be on the planning board.
Tonight, anyway.
Right. Yeah, so we're going to, I'll just make a motion that we adjourned at 8:46. Is there a second? And roll call vote.
Catherine Jersey Guy.
And Tricia Kendall, aye. I guess that's all of us. So we are adjourned.
Great, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks for your input and efforts. Yeah. Thanks, Roberta, and thank you to the project management team. The select board will take a 5-minute break, and we'll see you.
Roberta knows what it's all about to have timelines.
Thank you. Everybody, welcome back to the Ashland Select Board meeting of June 21st. We just took a short break after co-meeting with the Planning Board, and we're ready to start our regular meeting agenda. So I'm going to, is there any citizens' participation? I see Mark. Okay, Mark, you can unmute yourself and speak.
One of the best pre-meeting I ever saw, all that interviewing and talking. That was great.
All right. Great. Thank you, Mark. Okay.
And to our town manager, I sent a little message to you on my thoughts.
Okay.
So you can just look that over. That's me channeling my thoughts about the process.
Thank you, Mark.
All right. I don't see any other citizens' participation.
It looks like
Oh, I'm
Helen.
sorry.
Helen.
Go ahead, Helen. There's a hand, a floating hand. Okay. Go ahead, Helen.
Helen?
Can you unmute yourself?
Yeah, it's sorry. For
Great.
some reason, my mouse wasn't working. Okay, sorry. So, Helen Nicole, actually, I just have a quick question, and it's really more of a clarification. Joan Gunfriday and I met with Paul Gustafson and Joe the other day at the Hall House, and this kind of came up in our discussion with him when we met, and then again it came up again the other day, and it's just a clarification because we discussed this at our meeting differently than what he had said, which was we had assumed, and the more I think about it, we could be incorrect, but I do want to find out. Because he bought the property, I would assume that if there were going to be any restrictions, they would have probably had to have been put on when he bought the property. But we were under the assumption that he was going to be responsible for maintaining the kiosk, the historic sign that we're planning on putting on the property. And he had mentioned that he was not, and we had even discussed at our meeting that there should be a restriction when he sells the house that would go with that whoever bought the house would have to maintain the sign. But now I thought, just for clarification purposes, if that is that not true?
Yeah, I mean, I can.
Yeah, go ahead.
I mean, my understanding is that it's going to be on his property and it's his responsibility to maintain it. Again, I mean, this goes to, part of this transaction was that everybody knows it was for a very low purchase price, but that was with the understanding that because of that, he would end up taking on the cost of the renovation, but then also some of the costs of the maintenance, including things like the sign.
If I can.
And just to review, I think, Joe, you agreed last meeting to follow up. Was that you?
And I did, and I was going to give a quick board report meeting on that, which I will, because it's actually not on the agenda for discussion.
Yeah, and I do believe that Paul Gustafson plans on joining us over Zoom at some point.
Oh, okay.
Today.
So-
Yeah, but that was a while ago, so.
So that, he actually was here, but
Yeah.
Well, maybe
he walked out. So my point is that I wasn't part of those earlier discussions with you and Paul as to, what was agreed to, what wasn't agreed to. I remember you saying that was going to be the effect. The location that we looked at, and we looked at several locations, the first location that Helen and Joan were looking at was actually not safe in any way, stretch of the imagination. And while we were standing there, I mean, the breeze of the cars that were passing by were really, they were swaying us back and forth. And I'm a big guy, and to get swayed is not an easy thing. So we negated that. Plus, we also saw a stone wall that had been buried over the years with trash and other natural, cover. So that stone wall would have had to been removed. Now, that's considered a scenic site, a scenic road, so you'd have to go in front of other committees to get the okay to move that. So the process would have been long and arduous. So we said, let's look at it closer, or somewhat closer to the house. And I know there was discussion about having the kiosk down by Warren Woods or down by the tennis court area, which actually is really not beneficial unless we make that whole area considered, or we make it or deem it as the Warren Wood District or the Henry E. Warren District. So until that happens, that would be one thing, or we, reconstruct the garage or the barn that we were, the milking barn, and put the kiosk there. But that's 2 or 3 years down the road, and by that time, the sign, the kiosk
So
isn't gonna
should
be
we
up there.
put this on July 15th as an agenda
I mean,
item for
we
fuller
could,
discussion, or-
I thought we had agreed to a sign location, and I sent pictures of
Yeah,
that
saw
location
that.
for all of you to take a look at, and I thought it was agreed upon. The way it was described to me as to the sign, how it was gonna be built, and the materials that were gonna be used, one, it's not wood, it's more of a aluminized metal type sign, which is gonna be very durable. So the maintenance of that would probably be minimal at best. So, maintaining it, probably cutting the grass in and around that area?
Brandy, go ahead.
I would say we should look at the preservation restriction that we
Mhm.
had drafted
Yeah.
and see what's in there. And I
Right.
would say that's probably going to answer Helen's question.
Well, remember that the kiosk came after.
I thought we had revised that, though. Didn't we
Oh, you're right,
revise
maybe we did.
based on?
See, now I'm not aware of that, so if that's.
But we might have waited until we had like a location
Yeah.
and all
Okay.
that stuff.
In some ways, if we need to have a fuller discussion, we should probably schedule it.
Well, that's what I suggested. I was gonna
Yeah.
give a
Yeah.
brief board report on it, because it's not on the agenda
Yeah,
for discussion
and-
right
and
now.
Thanks for following up, Joe.
So,
That's great.
no, it's not a problem, and I have other things that we can bring up, but I have no problem bringing it up on the 15th.
Let's try to do that, if that makes sense, or we could
Yeah.
do any research, or,
Yeah.
I had an interesting discussion with Dale from Framingham State about that sign,
Yeah.
and he offered some help there, so.
Yeah. And Dale was willing to, at some point, possibly having you put that sign on that side of the
which
the
could
driveway,
solve
which
our
would
issues,
benefit and resolve all issues, so.
All right, so,
Yeah.
thank you, Helen. So we're going to put it on for July 15th for.
Okay,
12th,
greid, thank you.
I'm sorry, I keep saying the
Nope, that's okay.
15th. Very good.
Thank you. Can I just ask you though, when you discuss it though, if the sign does go on, I think it's the actual town easement on this Framingham State property, which is where Joe and I had discussed the other day. Would that still fall under Paul's responsibility, or whoever owns the house's responsibility to
Yes, I don't
maintain?
know. Well, let's talk about that then, on the 12th.
But I have to look into that, Helen, to be very honest with you, because I wasn't part of that discussion.
Okay. All right.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Oh,
All
you're
right,
welcome.
thanks.
Thank you, Helen.
Okay, anything else? Helen's, okay. All right, so our next scheduled appearance is 8 o'clock. She's late. Brittany's late. Brittany, so we're going to discuss and vote on year-end transfers.
Right. So just to remind the board that there's 2 year-end transfer actions that happen. The first is strictly for the Finance Committee, and that's a transfer out of the reserve fund to cover expenses. So we will meet with the FinCom very soon to make that transfer. But then also the second round of transfers are transfers in between line items, and that requires Select Board and FinCom approval. So what's been provided for you in the packet is just a summary of those transfers. We'd be transferring money out of salary contingency in the town accountant in the police line in the total of $221,000, and we would then distribute that through the town manager, central purchasing, assessors, treasurers, technology, registrars, conservation, human resources, inspections, fuel, health, and library accounts, again to the total of $221,000.
I have a
Sure, go
question.
ahead.
So just to clarify for anybody that might be watching this is for FY23. So this is because July 1st is the beginning of FY24.
FY24, correct.
And these are allocations that we anticipate every year. So we allocate from these sort of larger buckets that we put aside money for. So it's not like this is a very usual process because we don't know these numbers when we do earlier in the year.
Correct, and like the biggest transfer from is in the salary contingency account, and so as those discussions and agreements happen throughout the course of the year, obviously you can't transfer them in the middle of the year, so you have to wait till the end of the year.
So are those COLA increases included in new
Yeah.
positions?
So exactly.
Okay.
Any questions? Claudia, Yolanda, anybody else? So I guess I'm asking for a motion to approve the
Approve the
proposed
transfers?
So moved.
So we're approving $221,000? Is that
Mhm.
the amount that we need to approve? Do we need to specify from the different accounts, or are we okay with just the large amount?
You can just do it as presented.
As presented, okay. So Claudia's motion is to, as presented, okay. And
Second.
Joe's seconded.
Oh, okay.
So, and Yolanda's here, okay. All those in favor say aye.
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 So unanimous, 1, 2, 3, 5, 0, okay, great, thank you. Okay, so the next is old new business.
Mm-hmm.
Contract extension between Town of Ashland and the MetroWest Regional Transit Authority. So for an additional year, this is to extend the old contract that started back in July 2009 for one additional year through June 30th, 2024. So I'm going to ask Michael, do you have any comments or discussion on that?
Yeah, so this, again, is pretty much an annual action. The $15,000 covers the van that the MetroWest Regional Transportation Authority provides to us and helps subsidize services for disabled and elderly residents.
Questions or?
No, I have a question, just
Sure.
being the newbie here. So that just happens basically every year, so the contracts remain the same, and so we're just funding it basically every year, so that's why. Thanks.
And what is the funding amount?
$15,000.
Pretty modest amount. Yeah.
Is there a reason why we do it yearly and not?
I don't know the answer to that, but I was asking myself the same question when we were.
It was funny to see the 2009 there. I'm like, okay, I think
Well,
that might happen every year.
Yeah, I had to go back
They don't
and
have
do
to
a
change the
little digging.
language.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, that was my same sentiment.
Okay, so we're ready to vote. We need to vote on this?
I can make a motion
Sure.
to approve the contract extension between the town of Ashland, let me do the microphone thing here. I'll make a motion to approve a contract extension between the town of Ashland and the MetroWest Regional Transit Authority to extend the contract for an additional year through June 30th, 2024.
Second, okay. All those in favor of the contract extension, say aye.
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 The motion passes unanimously.
Sorry, Yolanda, I'm like channeling you
I
tonight
know.
with your motions.
We're a little slow with the
Not
motions.
a problem.
All right, so the next item on the agenda is the special town election. We're looking for a vote to close, sign, and post the special town election warrant for Wednesday, July 26, 2023. And this is the special election to approve for the police department, or the town of Ashland, to leave civil service for the police department. And I don't know, Michael, is there anything else you want to
No, I
say
think-
about this? We discussed it at our last meeting.
Yeah, I don't have anything to add.
Okay, any other questions or thoughts on this?
The only thing is, once this vote is taken, it goes to the legislature. No, that's
No.
it. We don't have to do that anymore.
We don't have to do
No.
that anymore.
And we don't have to go to
Oh,
town
okay.
meeting
I
either
thought
with
we
this,
did.
right?
Oh,
So
great.
this is
That's
just
even
a
better.
single election. And my only thought on it is this is something we really need to publicize, because otherwise people could easily miss this.
We do need to
You know,
publicize it.
July 26th. Okay, so I think, so I need a motion. I don't see is this?
To close, sign, and post.
Yeah, okay, so I'm looking for the motion as written here on the agenda to vote to close, sign, and post the special town election warrant for Wednesday, July 26, 2023.
So moved.
So Yolanda made that motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
The motion's been made and seconded. All those in favor say aye.
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 Passes unanimously, so thank you. Okay, the next item is the consent agenda, which I believe I've had a request to pull out item E, the one-day license from Uppercuts, so we'll pull that out, and then, so the rest of the items, any other
and
questions?
also
I think
the-
Susan needed us to pull A as well.
Oh, right, okay,
From
and
June
A,
7th, yeah.
the regular session meetings, okay. So those items A and E are now pulled out of the consent agenda. So do I have a motion to?
Motion to accept the consent agenda minus items A and E.
All right, thank you.
Second.
Second by Claudia. All those in favor say aye.
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 Unanimous. Okay, so the regular session minutes, item A, we're just gonna do it another date. So we'll
Correct.
leave that. Now, item E, and you want to talk about that, Michael?
Yeah, so this is a request from A.J. Thomas over at Uppercuts Boxing Club for a one-day liquor license for an event that he is hosting at the gym over on 30 Main Street on June 24th. There was some outstanding information that needed to be provided. I believe he provided some of that. The only thing that's outstanding right now is the floor plan. And
I see he opted not to put a police officer there for a detail.
that is my understanding based on what he provided.
Okay. Yeah, I had just asked that it get pulled from the consent because, first of all, when we first received it, there wasn't any information as to what he was proposing. And second, I know generally with one-day liquor licenses, if we've approved it in the past, it kind of goes under consent. I asked Susan, like, how long has it been? Because I've never remembered seeing anything from Uppercuts from AJ. And she came back and said it was 2017 that it was last, we did a one-day liquor license. So I think I have no issues with it at all. I just feel like it's worth being able to discuss it, so that.
Well, I think it's important to discuss it and make sure that everything is done.
Joe, is your microphone on?
I think it's important that it is discussed to make sure that, the town doesn't find itself in a legal situation down the road because we're the licensing authority, and if something happens, it's gonna fall back on us. So is there an insurance binder that covers the town just in case something does happen as a result of?
Joe,
I'm just asking because I
don't know for sure. I don't have that answer, but I would say it's a private property and it would be covered under private insurance.
Okay.
I would think the same.
Well, I'm sorry, Yolanda, I couldn't hear you.
She said I would think
the same. I would think the same, right? It's not our event. It's not a town event. It's on his property. So if there were an issue, he would be the one liable, not the town of Ashland, even though we're providing the one-day liquor license.
That's why I was kind of curious as to, we're providing the one-day liquor license, which is under our purview. So at some point, or at some degree, there is a door that could be opened for us for litigation.
Not from us, I wouldn't think. As long as we have all the information that we needed to approve it, right?
Correct.
If we didn't have all the information, I think then we would be liable. If there is something that happens there, that would be on AJ. And
yeah, we do these kind of, what makes this different, Joe, in your mind? Like, because we approve these
Those are on town property.
But didn't we do some
We've done
others?
some one day for Fish and Game.
We did one for Fish and Game. When we did the one for AJ, granted it was many years ago, it was essentially the same setup.
Same thing? Okay, all right. Okay, I just thought there were other restrictions with that. Did he have an officer back then, or no?
I don't recall, Joe. I don't recall.
Okay, I get leery when you have an event, whether it's on private or town property, and we issue a license for liquor to be served, that there is some sort of liability that comes with that, and I'm trying to protect the town and make sure that our assets aren't
in jeopardy.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. That's all. I mean, I have no problem with it, but I just want to make sure we're on terra firma.
Yeah, I mean, I've shared with you what I believe, and
all right,
to the extent of what I know.
Kind of interesting when people tell us what they're not going to do.
Well, I think it was nice that he was direct. Not nice. Not nice. That wasn't the right word. I appreciated the directness.
What are you referring to?
He had sent a note to...
That he wasn't going to afford a detail.
Oh, he don't want a detail.
Yeah. Okay.
All right, well, so, thoughts? People ready to make a motion?
I think if we've done it, and I think he's a good business owner, if we can help him out, certainly this is probably an event that's going to be helpful for him. So I would move that we approve the one-day liquor license for Uppercuts with the date and information and time as presented in the application.
I'll second that.
Okay, so a motion has been made and second. Any further discussion? We ready to vote? So let's vote on it. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Joe, did you vote?
Yeah, I did.
Okay, so that's a unanimous vote. Okay, so he's got his one-day liquor license. Thank you.
And thank you to Susan for reaching
For-
back out
yeah,
to him and trying to get that
chasing him down.
information before she went on vacation. So,
Okay, so, all right, so we're on to priority project updates.
Yeah, downtown, a lot of people have asked why is there a big hole next to the tracks again? And so what has happened is when Gioso had installed the conduit underground, one section they had used a certain kind of cement that didn't work out the right way. So they're actually going in there and they're fixing it, repairing it. They are doing it on their dime. Just, that's common sense, but I just want to make sure everybody knows that. They're continuing to do the work from Front Street over to Summer and Homer. It's coming along. We've got a good plan kind of moving forward on the underground utilities, and don't have a timeline yet on taking the poles out, but Eversource is eager to get that done, which is a good thing. And we're going through things now and really kind of putting together a punch list, not what we call an official or monetized punch list, but there's a few things that we're trying to straighten out. So, and Gioso has been responsive to that, so. It's been good.
Mr. Chair, if possible, I have two questions for the town manager.
Sure, go ahead.
Okay. So the first is, Michael, if you had mentioned that on the islands, they're going to be putting something over what's already there.
Mm-hmm.
So it doesn't look like there's enough space between the top of what's already there and the top of the granite. So is the new stuff going to
Yeah, it's a very thin polymer, Yolanda. It's probably, I'd say, 1/8 of an inch thick.
Okay.
And so that gets impressed and infrareded into that asphalt. And so on the islands and everything, it'll look like granite cobble. So it'll be the color and design that way.
Okay.
Yolanda, actually, I had talked to Mike about that same thing, and I know, and he referenced Framingham to me, and I noticed that in Buckminster Square in Framingham, they, I think, is the same exact, the work that we're going to have done. Is that true, Mike? So that's someplace you could go.
Where is
That's
Buckminster Square?
It's actually where Union Ave and Main Street come together. Across from, there's a church there.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
They have a roundabout.
That's right. It's a roundabout now. I grew up around in Framingham, so I guess I know the name of the square.
Okay. And then, Michael, regarding some of the plantings, it was brought to my attention, and I brought it to your attention. Over at the library, there was a tree planted close to the tree that was planted for Louise or Lois.
Oh.
We had talked about possibly
Moving.
the one that was planted after hers.
Yeah, and we're still trying to find the right place, Yolanda, to put that.
Okay.
But then we're going to move it in the fall.
Okay.
Because it's hard to do it right now, just in the middle of the summer.
Yeah. Okay. Great. Thank you.
So that's really it on downtown. I will say we've brought on GCG to help with the project oversight, and it's been very refreshing. So it's been good. So public safety building, we don't really have too much. There are obviously some punch list items that we're still working through, and I think it's gotten to the point where we are at a monetized punch list.
Yeah.
And so that's working out, and then as well as we're moving forward with the solar and that as well.
The new apparatus stores will be installed within a couple of months. And I'm very.
You feel confident?
I feel confident.
Okay.
About that.
All right.
What do we do with the old doors? I guess they get shipped
We're gonna
back.
give them, we're gonna auction them off.
Each select board member gets one.
Gets a door.
So.
They look pretty good to me, so.
So that's public safety building. Mindess School, they're really, they're really busy right now trying to get everything out of the old Mindess School, so it can move forward to demo. And so that's really the big news there. I don't know, Claudia, there wasn't much from the last meeting, really.
No, they did deliver the containments or the trailers, I guess, yesterday to store everything until we take possession on July 17th. Everything's on track for that to happen, and it was pretty exciting. We went into the school yesterday and did a video. Paul Bowden and I did with Jenna Loreniga, the principal, and walked around the school, interviewed kids, and talked about the history and the new building and that. So Yolanda helped to coordinate that, so I thank you. And
Awesome.
it was a lot of fun. I can't wait to see the finished product.
Thank you for stepping up and being able to do it, because I wasn't walking through that building yet.
Not yet, anyway.
Not yet.
I just want to point out, I had asked Claudia about, the move and what they were going to do with the materials inside the building, and what was usable they were going to use. And I'll let you explain what you told me, because I think this is awesome.
Yeah, so basically, they looked at things that needed to be thrown away, and they've been kind of working on that for quite a few months, right? And then looked at things, whether or not there were other town departments that would have use for some of the items. And then there were certainly a lot of items, including the phones, right, that are going to be moved over to the new school. And then finally, there were some things that are not in really wonderful condition and really not necessarily appropriate for, because Mindess has a lot of pieces of furniture through its many iterations that aren't necessarily appropriate for our current school population, but still they're useful. And so those items that we actually hired a company to come in, and they actually give them to third world countries. So
I think that's awesome.
they're packing those up, and those will be distributed to third world countries.
That's
And
great.
it is.
It is. I think
pretty
that is
cool,
great,
right?
cool.
Yeah.
Great.
It's a great way of recycling.
Absolutely.
Okay, moving forward with the Valentine project, there's two things for an update. Yeah, so I provided you some pictures today, just showing some of the work that they're doing. And I just want to reiterate, I know there's been some discussion about some of the construction methods that have been utilized, and really they're adhering to the Secretary of the Interior's historic standards for rehabilitation, which is what's required through the CPA. So the pictures that I sent, and I will be posting a more public update soon, is they've literally custom milled from full hemlock trees, like large carrying beams that are unfortunately too rotted to be reused, and they've hand notched out the places for the joists, and it's coming along. The back that they had to rebuild with the field stone, that's been completed. So they're making progress. I think everybody got a copy of the CR. I believe from Carl. I've shared that with Lisa Mead, and she went through and she did a review of it. And so now we're just working to reconcile the differences between Carl's and Lisa's versions, and then we should have something to send around. So those were the two things on the Valentine project.
I know we've kind of talked about this for a little while, but we weren't quite ready for prime time. At our next meeting, which is
July 12th.
July 12th, could we pull it out into a
Yes.
separate line
Yeah, we're
item
going to
on our
have Doug
agenda?
here and
Yeah,
with
to
the
really talk
presentation
about
and
it,
stuff.
because I think
So
that would be good.
what are we talking about for July 12th? Kind of a formal presentation update?
Yeah, just instead of talking about this under, priority projects updates, put it as its own separate agenda
With
item
Doug
at the
Scott,
front,
is
and
that-
have Doug here and with a presentation with a lot of the pictures.
Do you think at that point we'll kind of have from Mill City an idea of, what any additional costs, like what they've been able to find as far as, what they haven't been able to salvage and what needs,
Yeah, I don't know if we can get like a detailed list.
more of a sense of what.
But a general sense. I mean, I can give you a general sense. So that left rear, as you're looking at the barn, the left rear corner post had to be completely replaced, and that was in the original scope. What happens when they started, peeling things away, they saw on that left side, especially that left rear corner, there was a lot of rot that wasn't expected, and so they've had to splice in new wood and bring in those new beams. And really, the pictures will tell 1,000 words. That'll probably be the best explanation, Brandy, when you see all of that.
Sounds good. Thank you.
In the Warren District, we had a brief discussion about the Hall House, and it is looking sharp. I will say that. I mean, at least from the outside, right? So it's looking good. Yeah. So, Joe, you got a chance to see it up close. But yeah, we talked a little bit about the Warren District, and that's really starting to shape up. I think between 22 Elliott Street and Warren Woods, those have been pretty much taken care of, and then now you got the Hall House pretty much done, and the Warren Conference Center being the Warren Conference Center.
You just said a phrase, Warren Woods District.
Mm-hmm.
Well, does that incorporate the Hall House?
Mm-hmm.
It does?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, because that was a question at our meeting at the site.
Yeah.
Okay, so that is all part of the Warren District?
Warren District, yep.
Why do you,
Okay.
Is it a legal entity? Why do you
It's
ask
not
for it?
it's not a
kind of
legal
concept,
entity.
right?
Well, it's the concept, but historical value.
Sure.
Yeah.
So, just want to make sure.
It's not outlined or on a map or,
Mm-hmm.
that
But
reminds.
it's something we've talked about in regards to people wanting to do things there, and potentially even the barn, is if they want to create a Warren Woods 501(c) so they can do fundraising, or so they can do stuff for the Warren Woods or for the Hall House or for 22 Elliott. We've
Right.
talked about making it a historic district.
Yeah.
And
Yes.
I think that's, as the barn gets rebuilt, that would be a good time to start looking at that.
Yeah, that reminds me, so is there an update on the barn, or, yeah?
Well,
okay, or-
yeah, Yolanda, you triggered my memory. So Dale Hamill had reached out recently with a proposal for Framingham State to help with the barn for an expanded scope, and I think we should talk about that at the July 12th meeting, because I think especially with the idea of the Valentine barn and what some of the thoughts are that are being crystallized
Yeah, it's
into
interesting, because we got two
the
barns.
visions. Yep.
How many
So-
barns do you
funding to erect that milking barn.
Correct. We do.
So it's probably time to review that, okay.
You want me to just keep going on right into
Sure.
TM report? Okay. So I had a couple things that were, that I didn't have on the agenda. So first, we had a new officer graduated from the academy recently. So Patricia Vasikas graduated from the Cambridge Northeastern Academy. She began her field training last week. Trish, she's got a lot of experience, notably in the mental health field. Her and her husband, who is also an officer in Westboro, they live in Ashland, so it's nice to have another officer on staff. That's three that we've brought on in the last few months.
Just think too, it's a woman who will never have known the trailer.
That's true. That is true.
That's a positive.
It's almost like a milestone type of thing.
On my face.
That is so true. And then also sticking with the police department, actually another female officer, Casey Ostreicher, was nominated and has received, or will receive, a certificate of special recognition from the Massachusetts Association of Women in Law Enforcement, so known as MOLLE. And so that ceremony will be tomorrow in Canton. Chief Rossi is going to attend. I wanted to attend, but I have a rehearsal that I needed to go to. So it's Casey. If you know Casey, you know the kind of work she does, and you know the type of work she does. And she is a very dedicated officer, and we're very lucky to have her. And it's great to see her getting some of this recognition.
Absolutely. I didn't know that, so congratulations, Casey.
Yeah.
That's great news.
And then, so what is on the agenda here is the discussion for the select board retreat, so scheduled for next gosh, it's next week.
It's next week, yeah.
Yeah, well, I'm just thinking, like, it's
We
the
put
end
that
of
on
the...
for 6 o'clock, right?
Yeah, it's the 28th of June.
Yeah.
Upstairs, downstairs, conference center?
So, yeah, so we'll have it here just because we need a screen and a projector, but really what I'd hope to do is for all of us to sit and review the projects that we've got ongoing and review some of the projects that are on the horizon, narrow those down. So I've got a big spreadsheet and I've got a scoring system and all of that stuff that we can use to help narrow some projects down and then establish the goals for next year. Because I think that's something that we haven't done the last few years, and I think we could really benefit by getting back to some concrete goals and objectives. And then that's also going to tie in with how we spend the $8 million, which is also part of the agenda. So I think that in and of itself will be a pretty full agenda. I do have 2 or 3 different department heads scheduled to attend the first part of the meeting just to provide some more insight on some of the more complicated projects. And so it would be Doug Scott and Doug Small and Catherine Bird from HR who can
nice.
also talk about some stuff too. So,
Did you list the municipal town signs?
I'm sorry? The electronic signs?
Yes.
That didn't make it on the list, Joe.
I'm surprised.
Are you no, you're not. No, you're not. But I can add to it. You know, we're up.
Are you gonna, is this a list you're gonna send out? Are you able to send this out to us ahead of time so we can kind of review it?
It might only be like a day or two, but
because one of the things that what if there's something you're interested in but it's not on the list, and you know.
well, then we'll need to talk about it, and then we'll need to talk about where it falls in the priority. But so far, we got 104 items.
Good.
So,
Okay, well,
Light list.
yeah.
120
So
will do
because there's 104, it would be good to see it beforehand, so we're not trying to decipher it as we're sitting there at the meeting.
Yeah.
I'll do the best I can.
Okay.
Even if it's not complete or you don't have all the information, I'd rather see a partial with, partial information than not have it before the meeting.
Let's get an
personally.
idea. Yeah.
So I'm waiting on something from our department heads on Friday, so I should be able to send something out then. But again, I'll do the best I can with what I got. So.
All right. That's good. And what were we thinking? So we're meeting at 6. Are we thinking how long? 6 to 8? 6
to convince Michael that we need those electronic signs.
Well, I have to, so if we're only going 2 hours, why are we meeting at 6? Not that I get against 6, but usually like this is a typical night. We're here for hours and hours, but.
Well, tonight was a little different.
I mean, look, I think it'd be great to get done in 2 hours, but
all right, so
I
let's
think just looking
Let's
at
be
past
realistic
practice.
here, folks.
Yeah. I
6
think
to
probably,
9, something like that.
Yeah.
Okay.
If we can get done in 2 hours, I think that's great, but I think
right.
realistically,
There you go.
appreciate that.
Fall short,
As a
but
former
it's.
chair, you know to be optimistic.
Appreciate that.
All right. Any other thoughts on this? Thanks for bringing it up, Michael. We'll
Sure.
Look forward to next week.
Before you move off of town manager reports, have there been any information from the MBTA about the station, date?
No, that is a good question. I have not checked up on that.
That's
Actually,
interesting, because we're getting,
We're at
this
the
is
end
the
of the
first day
year.
of summer.
Yeah.
It's interesting.
And they
It's
said
really-
6 weeks, right, that they would give us notice?
3 to 6
No,
weeks.
it's after they gave the go-ahead that it would start in 6 weeks.
Okay.
1 second, I can
Because
see
it's a
my
business
last.
owner that's really
Guess I could try to,
We
kinda
should be,
cur- yeah.
guess
So
I
they
could
can
try to
make their
follow
plans.
up with, you have a good contact with them? Who's-
Mhm.
Okay, so we'll just see what they have to say.
Yeah, so I just sent them a note and asked them,
Yeah,
any
what's
update.
going on?
Okay.
Thank you for that question. Okay. Anything else for
That's
town
it.
manager? Okay, that gets us into board reports. So we'll just start on the end, if that's all right, Claudia? Anything particular?
Sure. Well, let's see. Since we last met, there's been several events, really. We've had a couple of farmers markets, which have been a tremendous success. This past one, there was a celebration for Juneteenth.
How was Joe's speech?
Joe's speech was just remarkable.
Great.
Very good.
And there was some wonderful.
I must have said something that I probably shouldn't have said, because I've been hearing that all day.
That it was remarkable.
There was, you know, some great dancing, and it was just a very nice event. And then the Culture Fest, that was a great time as well. There was a lot of people there. It was, you know, we saw a few different performances, and really very enjoyable. It was it's really nice to be out and see everybody out, and you know, it was, and of course, I'll let you talk about the ribbon cutting, but certainly as a guest that day, it was really just a remarkable. It was a great day in the history of our community. So thank you.
Wait, sorry, I didn't cover that.
That was since our last, that happened since our last meeting, right?
Jeez, it just all blends together after a while.
Yes. Thank you. Is that it, Claudia?
That's it.
All right, Joe?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Claudia, for that brief introduction. That's awesome. Yes, the ribbon cutting ceremony that should have taken place 30 years ago took place last Thursday, and over 70 people showed up, which was very, very nice. It was very well received, and I think both departments were very happy that that part of the ceremony is over with. It was nice to see some of the retired officers show up. It was nice to see Chief Confrati be able to speak and reminisce about his duties as a former police chief. It was very humbling, and it was humbling for me because throughout this entire process, I worked with great people that were professionals, that knew what was going on. We had a vision. We gave it to these folks to develop. It was developed, and it came out the way we wanted it to. We would have liked to see more happen, but because of the restrictions of the land that was provided to us, we did the best we could. And I think the product is something that the entire town can, just like a new school, can be very proud of, and be a jewel for the town to respond. And as long as we maintain it and keep it the way it should be, it should last for many, many years to come. We are the first with a sustainability plan for the building, the first public safety building in Massachusetts to have a geothermal heating program and solar to help the sustainability, to help save money for the community as well. So very proud of everybody that I worked with and to be associated with some great people. And I know she's not here this evening, and she'd probably get beat red again, but Jen did an awesome job, and we couldn't have done it without her and Steve and the HKT and CPA, everybody that was involved. Thank you. It was quite the process. I'm somewhat sad that it's over, but I'm also glad that it's over. And I think Mike could say the same thing, and I think Jen could say the same thing as well.
You guys did a nice job, you and Steve.
Staff did a great job. The staff was wonderful. Behind the scenes, I mean, you wouldn't know it, but it was a lot of work. Brittany, taking care of all the paperwork and bills that had to be processed and everything, just fantastic. So I'm glad it's over with, and you'll be glad when the school is finally completed. And
Yes.
Same thing. Yolanda, the same way. You'll be just as proud as that building as we are with this public safety building. And I think kudos goes to the town people who supported both projects. If it wasn't for them, we wouldn't be talking about these two new buildings.
Yeah, and thanks to everybody who was part of that process, making sure that they
absolutely
let people knew the consequences of it.
The
Remember,
need,
it took a
right.
lot to get to just the place where we could.
I think people
construct
finally realized that, okay, enough is enough,
It was a good day.
It was a great day. It really was, and I'm very grateful for everybody who was involved in it. We talked briefly about the 433 Chestnut Street and the sign locations and the sign itself. Now, there'll be two signs. There's going to be one sign on the house, and I think I showed it to you in your packets. It's
on the house?
Yeah. Yep. And that was the circa 18.
Oh, okay.
That
Typical,
sign.
yeah. Great.
And then the other sign will be a kiosk sign, but there'll also be a digital type of I can't think of the word that
QR code.
Thank you, QR code. Thank you. So that you can press on and you'll see all the history of what Henry Warren was all about, and those pictures that you saw, that'll be all part of that process,
Yeah,
so.
so that goes to the idea of being able to pull over and actually look at it.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yep.
That'd be good.
So, and it's closer to the house and not further away down, so people have a better idea.
So we'll,
You know, with Dale Hamill, you know, hopefully, you know, they were in agreement that we could, you know, find another location closer to the house. I mean, that just makes things a heck of a lot easier. And we didn't know that at the time, so I'm sure Helen and Joan will be happy with that as well. Just a couple of other notes. The pavilion will be starting in 2 weeks from 11 to 1, open for concessions and the bathrooms and stuff for the kids over at the park. And our summer concert programs start next Tuesday. We have a great lineup of some great bands, and it's, you know, bands aren't cheap this year, and they were very nice to help us out with their pricing. So we've got 3 new bands, and one is a rhythm and blues band, which is, I can't wait to hear them because I heard they're phenomenal, and a country western band that's they're local, they're in town. So come and let's go, and the Lions will be there hopefully. I'm in contact, I'm trying to get in contact with Refreshing Concessions to show up and be here. And we're going to be a new wrinkle, and hopefully we can work on something with having the Lions maybe ask for a 1-day or 7-day liquor license for those events to do beer or wine. I'm a little nervous about it, but you know what? If
Check on their insurance.
Yeah, well, that's it.
Did you say asking the
listen, if they can do it,
Lions?
if they can do it at Corner Spot, then we can do it any place in town.
Yeah, but it hasn't been the Lions with a liquor license. It's been a brewery, or it's been Gianluca from Wine Empire.
Right, well, that's what we're looking at. They're gonna be talking to him about possibly doing that under his liquor license, so.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So I said that's why, but it'll be in the Lions Club tent area, trailer area, so. But that's
Okay, 'cause
more
they're
information to
always
come in.
there with food, yeah.
So, and I think that's it.
All right.
I don't have
Thanks,
anything
Joe.
else. So, school is out, and just watch out for kids that are out.
So,
Yeah, so, and make sure that you just watch out for kids on bicycles, because that's the big thing now.
it's on everything.
There've been accidents up the kazoo in Massachusetts with kids being hit by cars on bikes.
Really?
Yeah, there was
Interesting.
Channel 4 just
Safety.
did a big thing on it. I didn't realize how bad it was. So please, watch out for kids on bicycles.
Okay,
And even
thank you.
older folks on bicycles.
Yeah. True. Randy?
So last week we had our second steering committee meeting for the comprehensive plan. And I, for one, am really looking forward to getting our consultant on board, because I think the consultant will, listening to the presentations tonight, I think that will help guide how we proceed as a steering committee, and I think it will also re-engage a lot of the people that haven't felt like they're able to contribute. So I think that will be a really important step in the process. So looking forward to that, and our next steering committee meeting is, I think, July 20th, so we have some time, and hopefully by then we'll know who we're planning to hire, and maybe even be able to have them at that meeting. So that's, I think, the goal. Talking about schools and I told this to both Claudia and Yolanda. I had a unique experience last week. My son had a music event at Mindess, and we haven't been at Mindess in 5 years. Since he's going into his junior year of high school. And so he had this thing on stage in the auditorium at Mindess, and he said to me, he's like, "Can we walk through the school?" And so we walked through. He went to every single one of his classrooms. He went through the gym. He went through the cafeteria. It was just like this walk down memory lane. And I said to Claudia, I said, it was one of those experiences that you never knew that you really needed to do until you did it. So I'm really glad that Yolanda and Claudia were able to do an around-the-clock walkthrough, because, it's 70 years of history there, and it's we need a new school.
It's ready to go.
It's ready to go.
ready to go.
But there's so many good memories there. And that was like my son's favorite period of time when in elementary school was 3rd through 5th grade at Mindess. So it was a lot of good memories. So I just wanted to, thank everyone that's been a part of the Mindess school for that long. I know we're really looking forward to the new school, but I think it's also appropriate to say thank you to everyone and everything that kind of went into that for the last 70 years, because it's kind of a special place. It's, it's with its weird rampy hallways and it smells and but the kids have decorated all the lockers. It's really like a cool place. And then in contrast to that, Paul Kendall took Nate and I through the new school last weekend as well, and Nate was blown away by how amazing the school is. So,
Awesome.
so I'm excited for the kids that get to go to the new school in September. So that is that. And I also just wanted to give a shout out. There's an event that's happening on July 15th from an organization called Sportified, and that's going to be at the Ashland High School, and it's a multicultural track and field event put on by Nikki Agu, who had run for the Board of Health, and she's from Nigeria, and this is really based a lot in her culture and really bringing out the love of sport, and it's for kids and adults, but it's a lot for kids, so it's really focused on like music and dance and events, and it's like an 8 to 3 thing over at the high school. So I would encourage anyone that is interested to participate. The registrations end on the 25th, just so that they know how many kids, and they have to order t-shirts and things like that. But the web address is, I think it's sport-afide, IFIED.org. And so I would encourage folks to come on out and support it.
Is this an ongoing organization that she's associated, or did she set it up for
This is her second year doing this, and she's trying to grow the Ashland kind of base for it. So
Rain or shine, or is there a rain date?
I think she has a rain date. But
There
I
is a
don't-
rain date, but
There
I
is.
do not.
Okay.
I don't remember
I
it.
don't remember
When
seeing
it
it,
is.
that's why I asked.
Yeah, so
So-
hopefully we have good weather, and
Interesting.
but it's a cool event. She founded this nonprofit for this.
To do this.
To do this, so.
15th?
July 15th.
What were the times again?
It's 8 to 3 at the high school.
Thank you.
That's interesting.
So anyway, it's just it's a really, I think it's a cool thing for her to want to put on. Last year she funded it completely out of her own money. This year we awarded a BAA grant for it.
That's right,
So,
yeah.
So,
I missed that one.
so anyway, it's good to support those types of organizations. So that's all from me.
Great. Thank you. Just a couple updates. I did have the honor of being at the opening of the Ashland Farmers Market. That was now 2 weeks ago, 2.5 weeks ago, so that was great. That started it off. And then last week was Juneteenth, which I heard was a great celebration. And the other thing was the Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Seminar at the Public Safety Building, or not seminar, but event put on by Fire and Police Department and Michael, and the Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Task Force?
Task Force.
Yeah, so that's Makita Keegan, I'm sure I'll forget somebody, Roger Srigosh and Karen Waldstein, and other folks that did that.
Mwala Kitayamba, Sinti, from Sinti's Kitchen, Rabbi Eric Gervis, Jen and myself.
That's great.
And KG and Ariana.
Oh, KG, yeah. And it was, it was small attendance, but, good group of people, and included a tour, but, just some good questions about police issues in the community, some for the fire department, but I think it was really, focus was on police.
Yeah.
And so I think it was a good event. I don't know if you want to talk about it all.
No, our when we got together and right before the meeting, the event, I mean, we clarified what our outcomes were, which no matter how many people attended, we wanted to make sure that everybody walked away with a better understanding of each other. And we felt like that was accomplished. And, the police were very hesitant to go into this. Which I totally understood. And it was great, like, putting together the event. I think members of the task force got a deeper insight into, you know, some of the things that the police face every day in fire, and vice versa. So it was a really good process, and this is only the first event of several, not necessarily focused on public safety, but yeah, we're looking forward to continuing the work. We'll start our strategic plan process soon, so.
That's part of that. Oh,
That's part of that.
interesting. Yeah, so it was a good event, and thanks.
Yeah, so it was
Yeah,
the
worked
first
well.
community meeting in the public safety building training room. So we had some technical issues that we had to work out.
So we all went on a long tour while they were
Yeah.
figuring it out.
So it
Which was
worked
good.
out. It worked out.
Yeah, and the only, just a couple other things I wanted to mention. One is, as I alluded to earlier, you know, I talked to Tricia and the planning board, and my feeling is that we've got, you know, some ongoing with the issue with the moratorium and the MBTA Communities Act, as well as the other thing on our list, which I don't know if we, at some point, we're going to schedule an executive session as a response to the Attorney General's ruling on the moratorium, I believe, and I'm not sure if we have yet a date or what. But I did want to, you know, I had a meeting with Tricia and talked about these kind of planning issues, and I think what, you know, I talked a little bit to Yolanda about this as well, is I think it'd be good if we, you're right. You just told me not to forget Yolanda, so I didn't want to do that.
That's why I was pointing.
That's, I know. And, you know, so at least my feeling, and I think other people share it, is it'd be good for us to engage at least in some joint meetings, in addition to, I know we're doing a lot with the comprehensive plan, but think about near-term kind of zoning or other actions, planning actions we should take as we're looking at these two events, you know, the housing crisis and being overwhelmed with housing, the moratorium being suspended, and and of course, the zoning that we have to do for the MBTA Communities Act, or at least decide how we're gonna deal with that. So I just wanted to kind of throw that out there, and, you know, I'll be asking for a kind of a date for a joint meeting and I don't know if people had thoughts, you know, maybe we, you know, think near term but I think we have to think about a process over the next at least few years about what our response is gonna be before the comprehensive plan gets finalized and we start looking at those measures. So that's my feelings on that. And
So I would
Yep.
just say, I would say we need to address MBTA communities. I would say anything that is larger picture zoning about housing needs to wait until the comprehensive plan is done, you know?
Well, the only problem with that is, yeah, and I understand
Yeah.
that, but it's just, that is really years off. And the question would be, and maybe the answer from some people is, no, we shouldn't do anything, but I feel like we should be moving along now. If we think we have a response, or besides the Communities Act, but if we think there's something else we should do, it, especially now that the moratorium is either gonna be suspended, or maybe we'll try to do something about that. What else are we going to do? Because, you know, we're looking at a 2-year process. What's that? Well, there's,
Inclusionary zoning is very important.
well, so there's that's another potential.
That should be paramount, to be very honest with you. It's
So
like,
anyway,
gives the
I-
planning board
yeah.
the ability to keep things, you know, under control.
Right. So we don't have time to discuss now, but it's a good, you know, so that's something, at least a process I'd like for us to consider. And my only other item, Sustainability Committee, I went to their meeting. They're working very hard on the opt-in stretch code. You remember, of course, I think we all remember from town meeting. They had really some interesting discussion. They brought in, I'm not going to remember his name.
Glenn Travis and Mike Kane.
And Mike, so it was really an interesting perspective. And Glenn Travis, who I don't know, maybe other folks know.
Yeah, you can blame me on that.
Yeah, so that was great. Sounded like a real expert. He's an Ashland resident. He had some great advice for the committee. He's an architect, but also involved with the builders, and offered his services, but he had some really interesting perspective. So I think they're really taking it on, and I think we have a good chance of having a successful town meeting based on some of the things they talked about. So I wanted to, and they're also moving ahead on the tree bylaw. So they're working, and so it was a good meeting. So just wanted to, and thanks for bringing that, was that?
Yeah, remember I'd met with the Sustainability Committee
Yeah.
and Doug Scott, and we talked about, okay, these were some of the gaps from the last
Yes,
town meeting.
exactly.
And I'd suggest
Great.
maybe get some different perspectives, and Mike built Wilson Circle, which were those energy efficient homes, and Glenn.
Yeah,
Glenn is very involved
local
in the
guy.
state
Yeah,
organization
wow.
with that.
He was
so.
impressive, yeah. All right, so that's all I had. Anything else we need to add today? Oh, I'm sorry, Yolanda. Yolanda, I'm sorry.
Just
Even
remember,
with the
Rob,
note.
you were
Well-
you were not forgotten all those times that you were remote.
Yes,
so-
I am going to publicly apologize. I'm sorry.
That's okay. I want to thank Joe and Rob for stepping in to do my select board hours on June 10th that I then
forgot
was
to
not able to
mention that.
do. So thank you for that. I'm sorry to have missed the Juneteenth and the first farmers market. I'm hoping to get a few in within the next couple of weeks for farmers market anyway. There is an event coming up this Friday at the Corner Spot related to dogs, and members of the dog park committee are going to be there. CPC has given verbal support of funding for the dog park, and they're going to look to put it on an article for the fall special town meeting. So the dog park committee members are going to hopefully be there on Friday, and just let people know about it.
Great. Were you guys
And that's
involved in
really
the K9 5K? That reminded me of that, no?
I don't think the dog park, we've done it in the past. I don't think we were able to do it this
Okay.
year. I know many Lions were, and the Sporting Authority and stuff, so, but apparently it went well. That's all I got.
Well, thank you, Yolanda, and thanks for attending, even though we understand you have some, you know.
Feel a little bit better, so that was good.
Great. Good to see that. All right.
As long as it's getting better, that's the main thing.
Yeah.
Yes, every day is a little bit better.
All right, so I guess I will take a motion to adjourn.
So,
To go into executive session.
Oh, God.
motion
I'm
to
getting
adjourn,
tired.
yeah, motion to adjourn open session and
Go into
executive session.
executive session, not to return.
Not to return, and then
So
you need a
moved.
roll call.
Second.
Roll call vote.
Greaves, aye.
Bennett, aye.
Magnani, aye.
Kinsman, aye.
Share aye.
Good night. and thank
All
you.
right, so
Okay.
thank you all.
So what do we do with, because Yolanda will need to stay on.
That's interesting technical
So do we need to,
problem.
does
So
Rob need to
Michael-
read the executive?
Michael-